Chapter 36:19. Not only were they watching with great interest, but they were also shouting nonstop. 300 meters behind the middle-aged man from the Emperor realm, and the dozen or so Dao Source realm cultivators, several young people were holding a large flag. The blood-red flag fluttered in the wind, and the words Mountain Splitter were written in black. It was unknown who had written it, but it seemed to have some skill. The silver hook and iron strokes were like dragons flying and phoenixes dancing. It was extraordinary, and the combination of red and black made it look even more ferocious. At this moment, as their sect elders attacked, the young people holding the flag shouted in unison, "Mountain Splitter Old Ancestor, divine technique is boundless." The hundreds of people behind them also shouted in unison. Their expressions were fanatical, as if they wanted to turn the sky upside down. The man from the Emperor realm attacked a few more times, and the people holding the flag shouted in unison again, "Soaring Firmament Demon, bow down and accept your death." The sword light became brighter and brighter, and the sword momentum became more and more destructive. Layers of sword light danced together, and the figure of the man from the Emperor realm could barely be seen. His Emperor Chi surged out, rolling up a wave of energy. The person holding the flag shouted at the right time, "Subdue demons, Mountain Splitter first." The destructive sword light suddenly condensed into a single point, and the momentum of the Emperor realm was fully displayed. The middle-aged Emperor realm master looked solemn as he pointed his sword at the array and shouted, "Go!" A beam of sword light blasted into the array, and then it disappeared without a trace. The people from behind shouted again, Mountain Splitter, Star World Third." At least they had some self-awareness, and didn't shout the slogan of first and second. A few hundred meters away, Yang Kai stood in the array, looking forward with a strange expression. It was a mess. The scene in front of him could only be described as a mess. He couldn't help but turn to Hua Qingxi and ask, "Are all the people who have been looking for trouble these past few years this kind of trash?" The chief executive coughed lightly. "Most of them are, but there are a few who have a little bit of skill." Although Hua Qingxi was only a first-order Emperor realm master, she was still from Star Soul Palace, the orthodox sect of the Southern Territory. The training she received was not something these rising stars could compare to. Although many people from the Emperor realm had appeared under the Star World energy tide, most of them were good and bad. Most of those who came here to cause trouble and step on the High Heaven Palace, they weren't really capable, so they naturally wouldn't enter her eyes. "You're spoiling them." Yang Kai sneered softly. Although he said so, he also knew that it wasn't that the High Heaven Palace was spoiling them. It was just that the High Heaven Palace had been in an awkward situation in the past few years. The great emperors had ordered the mountain to be sealed, and no one dared to activate the sect-defending array when Yang Kai wasn't around. In addition, they also had to worry about Yang Kai's reputation, so they could only let them do as they pleased. Outside the array, the middle-aged Emperor realm master was in high spirits. He had been cultivating hard for many years, but his cultivation had been stagnant at the peak of the third-order Dao Source realm. There was no hope for him to break through, and he didn't have much time left. He thought that he could only waste his life here, and there was no hope for him to see the mysteries of the Emperor realm. Discouraged, he abandoned all restraint and acted unscrupulously. Who would have thought that after the outbreak of the War of the Two Realms, there would be a new phenomenon in the star world? He didn't know if this great world had sensed some kind of crisis, but the world principles had repaired itself and created an energy tide, making it much easier for many cultivator to cultivate than before. One day, when the middle-aged Emperor realm master was reminiscing about the flowers, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and entered a meditative state. When he woke up again, he had inexplicably broken through to the Emperor realm. He was wild with joy and surprise. The middle-aged Emperor realm master couldn't believe that such a good thing had fallen into his lap. A breakthrough was equivalent to a new life. He sorted out his state of mind, found a quiet place, and went into seclusion for 3 years to stabilize his cultivation. The day he came out of seclusion, he established his own sect. The name of the sect was taken from his own name, the Mountain Splitting Sect. However, at this moment, the War of the Two Realms was in full swing. The 4 territories of the Star World had all received the conscription order from the great emperors. Countless cultivators stepped onto the nearest space array and rushed to the battlefield in the Western Territory with hot blood to fight against the demon race. For the Star World, this was a good thing, but for the middle-aged Emperor Realm Master, it was a terrible thing. There was no other reason. Since he had established a sect, he naturally had to open his doors and accept disciples. In normal times, if a sect was established in the Emperor Realm, even if it was just a first-order Emperor Realm Master, the number of applicants would be as many as carps crossing the river. They could easily support a medium-sized sect. But now, most of the cultivator with a little cultivation had gone to the Western Territory. He couldn't recruit anyone even if he wanted to. Those he could recruit were all low-level cultivators. The middle-aged Emperor Realm Master was worried. He was really worried. For this reason, he went to visit an old friend of his. That old friend's situation was basically similar to his. He had also wasted many years in the third-order Dao Source realm, and had no hope of breaking through. He had only recently broken through to the Emperor realm. However, he had established a sect and easily recruited thousands of disciples. Since then, he had been living a high and mighty life. The beautiful female disciples under him were simply dazzling to the eyes, making one's heart beat faster. After asking for advice, he learned that his old friend had once led people to the High Heaven Palace to eliminate the demon race. Although the High Heaven Palace's sect-protecting array was powerful, and his old friend couldn't do anything to the High Heaven Palace, after the news spread, the sect gate was immediately flattened by people who came to learn from him. His old friend had pointed out a bright path, but the middle-aged Emperor Realm Master was a little worried. He knew about the High Heaven Palace's situation, but could he really escape unscathed if he attacked such a behemoth? After struggling and hesitating for a while, he finally couldn't resist the temptation and led the hundreds of people he had painstakingly recruited to the High Heaven Palace's sect gate. After making a ruckus today, he found that the situation here was just as his old friend had said. No one from the High Heaven Palace responded, and the sect-protecting array was also tightly shut. When he heard the disciples behind him shouting in unison, the middle-aged Emperor Realm Master suddenly became high-spirited. He felt that the majestic High Heaven Palace was nothing more than this. He looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. His figure leaped up, clenching his long sword with both hands. When he activated his Emperor's Chi, a shocking sword light slashed down at the sect-protecting array. He shouted majestically, "Break!" The sword light blasted into the sect-protecting array, causing the clouds to churn endlessly. With a strange rumbling sound, the churning clouds dispersed to both sides, revealing a passage in the middle that stretched all the way inwards. The middle-aged Emperor Realm Master, who had turned over and landed on the ground, was stunned. His eyes widened as he looked at the passage, a huge question in his heart. How did it break? How did it break? His old friend had said that the High Heaven Palace's sect-protecting array was personally arranged by the Southern Gate Army. Its foundation was the Seeking Passion Sect's Spirit Array, which the Southern Gate Army had modified and rebuilt. Who was the Southern Gate Army? They were the most outstanding Emperor Array Masters in the Northern Territory. In the current world, only the Patriarch of the Heavenly River Valley's Gong family, Gong Jun, could compare with them in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. The High Heaven Palace's sect-protecting array could not be shaken, let alone a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Even a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master would not be able to break it. But the scene in front of him couldn't be clearer. He had broken the sect-protecting array with a single slash of his sword. He had shouted those words just now to show off his imposing manner and to coordinate with his attack. Who knew that his words would come true? The middle-aged Emperor Realm Master knew that he definitely didn't have the ability to break the sect-protecting array master's sect-protecting array. After a short moment of confusion and hesitation, he immediately understood what the scene in front of him meant. It wasn't that he had broken the sect-protecting array, but that the sect-protecting array had opened it. For a moment, his forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and his face suddenly turned pale. The High Heaven Palace had a bad reputation in the past few years, but who in the Northern Territory did not know that the High Heaven Palace was one of the top sects? They had destroyed the Seeking Passion sect, and united the other 3 sects to unify the northern territory. No one dared to disobey their orders. There were countless masters in the Emperor realm, so how could he, a mere newly promoted master from the Emperor realm, be qualified to act presumptuously in front of their door? Before, he was just relying on the fact that the sect-protecting array master would ignore him. But now, what would happen to him? His mind raced. He knew that he was in big trouble, but the disciples behind him did not know. Even the dozen or so Dao Source Realm masters who attacked with him did not know. Everyone only heard their sect master shout break. And then the High Heaven Palace's sect-protecting array was really broken. The dozen or so Dao Source Realm masters turned their heads to look at the middle-aged Emperor Master, their faces filled with surprise and shock. They had just joined the mountain-splitting sect not long ago, so they did not know how strong this middle-aged man was. Now, it seemed that their sect master's methods were simply unfathomable. If they were like this, then there was no need to mention the hundreds of disciples behind them. The few young men holding the flag were stunned for a moment before they roared loudly. Mountain-splitting old ancestor, the divine technique is boundless. Demon-soaring firmament, bow down and accept your death. Mountain-splitting old ancestor, the divine technique is boundless. Demon-soaring firmament, bow down and accept your death. A series of shouts shook the sky, bolstering the prestige of their old ancestor. The cheers that were pleasing to his ears a moment ago were now noisy and grating. The middle-aged man wished he could turn around and sew up the mouths of these people who did not have eyes. The array no longer churned, and a 10-meter-long passage stretched to the entrance of the High Heaven Palace. Only now did the middle-aged man have a chance to see the majesty of the High Heaven Palace. The 3 shining words made him almost unable to open his eyes. He had no choice but to open his eyes as a group of people stood in front of the gate. The leader of this group was a young man with a dignified appearance, starry eyes, and sword-like eyebrows. The corners of his mouth were slightly curled as he looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. The other party was not standing very high, but the middle-aged Emperor Realm Master could not help but have an illusion that this person was like a god, looking down at him from high above. He could not help but bend his waist a little. Beside the young man, there were numerous women with different dispositions, but all of them were exceedingly beautiful. It was rare for any of these women to be seen normally. Yet at this moment, they had appeared in groups and were gathered around the young man like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. This allowed everyone to understand with a single glance that the young man was the one in charge here, and the others were merely foils. Not only that, there was a large group of people standing behind him, all of them looking unfriendly. Several of them were emitting the aura of the Emperor Realm. Although most of them were first-order masters, similar to the middle-aged man, their auras were much stronger than his. This undoubtedly showed that their strength was higher than his, otherwise, they would not be acting like this. He had accidentally poked a hornet's nest. The middle-aged Emperor Realm Master's heart turned cold. Chapter 36:20. The shouts stopped. The great formation broke open, and such a large group of people suddenly appeared inside. Those mountain-split sect disciples were shocked as well. The clamor that soared into the sky suddenly turned silent, appearing extremely abrupt, and actually made people feel somewhat unaccustomed to it. However, looking around, the gazes of the several hundred disciples were quickly attracted by Su Yan and the others. Most of these people who joined the mountain-split sect didn't have high cultivations and were young, so when had they ever seen so many stunning beauties? For a moment, they were all dumbfounded, and a few of them even opened their mouths wide, completely unaware of what was happening. The beguiling demon queen even smiled charmingly at them, causing several young people to groan on the spot as blood flowed from their noses, all of them exclaiming in their hearts, "She actually smiled at me." At this moment, Zhou Qing hurriedly rushed over and glanced at the mountain-split sect disciples outside the spirit array, frowned, and ignored them, instead turning to Yang Kai and saying, "Palace Master Yang, the matter just now has not been settled yet. Please give us an explanation." Palace Master Yang? The middle-aged Emperor Realm Master almost jumped up in fright when he heard this. Since they had come to the High Heaven Palace to cause trouble, how could they not know who the Palace Master of the High Heaven Palace was? This was the guy who had disobeyed the great emperors outside Roaring Tiger City, escaping from the great emperors, and then being hunted down by Li Wuyi. This person's name was Yang Kai. His name matched, and his appearance matched the legend as well. He was a handsome and extraordinary young man. This person was actually the High Heaven Palace's palace master. Yang Kai? Didn't they say he had betrayed the star boundary, become the demon race, and went to the demon race's territory? How could he appear here? Could it be that he had returned from the demon race's territory? But that couldn't be right. After what happened back then, how could he dare to return to the star boundary? Right at this moment, a young man who was holding a flag at the back suddenly shouted righteously, "Evil demon, die!" Not only did he shout, but he also stretched out his hand and pointed in the direction of Yang Kai and the others. Shouts rang out once more as hundreds of people shouted once more. The middle-aged venerable emperor's face was extremely pale, and his body was trembling. He wished he could turn around and kill all the disciples he had painstakingly recruited on the spot. Now the cheers of his disciples were no longer cheering for him. They were simply putting him on a bonfire. He was terrified and uneasy in his heart, but he forced himself to be calm on the surface. The disciples were all watching, so he couldn't lose too much face. Today, he had come to make a name for the Mountain Split sect. If he didn't handle it well, not to mention accepting disciples in the future, it was hard to say whether he could keep the Mountain Split sect's property. Demons. Yang Kai glanced at the hundreds of people and smiled faintly. Today, there was already more than one person who had said this to him. Just now, the first sentence that Zhou Cheng had said to him was that he was a demon. Now he actually heard it from a group of strangers. It seemed that his reputation in the star boundary was completely ruined. However, Yang Kai didn't care. When he accepted the request of the great emperors to enter and become the demon race's territory, he had already expected today's situation. The words of others passed through his ears, so he didn't take them to heart. The large flag in the crowd was too conspicuous. It was blood red and had large black and gold words on it, so it was difficult not to notice it. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to grab it. He was clearly hundreds of meters away, but by the time he pulled back, the large flag had already been caught. The disciples holding the flag suddenly saw this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. How could the flag in the hands of others be so similar to their own? They looked up at their own flag. Where was it? Only then did they understand that their flag had been snatched away. Mountain Split sect. Yang Kai looked at the middle-aged venerable emperor. The middle-aged venerable emperor's throat was on fire, and his mouth was dry. But he held his sword behind his back with one hand, and formed a seal in front of him with the other. He had the demeanor of an expert. Yes, this king is Li Kaishan, and the sect I founded is naturally the Mountain Split sect. May I ask if your excellency is the palace master of the High Heaven Palace? That's me. Yang Kai nodded gently. What advice does sect master Li have? How could he dare to have any advice? Li Kaishan only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, the further the better. Although Palace Master Yang had a pleasant expression on his face, Li Kaishan couldn't help but feel his blood run cold, as if there was an invisible guillotine hanging over his head, ready to fall at any time. Calming himself down, Li Kaishan said, I heard that Palace Master Yang became the demon race back then, and became the demon race. The High Heaven Palace was also listed as an evil sect, and was cursed by everyone. Therefore, this Li brought his disciples here to defend the Tao and eliminate the demon race, and protect the peace of the star boundary. However, seeing Palace Master Yang's righteous aura now, this Li is afraid there has been some misunderstanding. This Li was rash, so I hope Palace Master Yang can forgive me. Yang Kai smiled. You are not mistaken, and there is no misunderstanding. This king did indeed become the demon race, and become the demon race. As soon as he said this, Li Kaishan was stunned, Su Yan and the others were stunned, and Meng Wuya and the others were also stunned. Everyone turned to look at Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai looked perfectly normal at the moment. How could there be any sign of a misfire that would become the demon race? A misfire that would become the demon race would cause one to lose one's mind and not recognize one's relatives. In the worst case, one's cultivation would be crippled, and one would perish. However, Yang Kai looked perfectly fine no matter how they looked at him, so they just thought he was talking nonsense. Li Kaishan forced a laugh. Palace Master Yang is joking. Yang Kai lowered his eyes, the hair in front of his forehead casting a thick shadow, and said faintly, "Do I look like I'm joking?" As soon as he finished speaking, rolling demonic chi gushed out from his body. In an instant, his entire body was wrapped in a cloud of black chi, and only his eyes reflected a terrifying light. The black chi on the surface of his body was extremely evil, giving people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. If this wasn't demonic chi, then what was it? Su Yan and the others had strange looks in their eyes, but they quickly returned to normal. To them, there was no difference whether Yang Kai become the demon race or not become the demon race. Meng Wuya and the others looked worried. They glanced at each other and thought of 3 words at the same time. Demonic path. Li Kaishan, on the other hand, turned pale with fright and took a few steps back. He looked at Yang Kai, who was wrapped in demonic chi, with a face full of shock and disbelief. In his heart, he screamed that the rumors were true. This person had actually become the demon race. There was no reason for anyone to become the demon race. He had provoked him first, so how could he have a good ending? Therefore, when he saw the demonic chi rolling, Li Kaishan's first thought was to quickly leave this place. But how could he leave? He didn't know when, but the surrounding space had become incomparably sticky, making him feel as if he had fallen into a swamp. The more he struggled, the more he was bound. Even moving a finger was extremely difficult. But this scene was completely different in the eyes of the hundreds of disciples. Their own sect was facing the demonic chi, but he was indifferent, as steady as an immovable mountain. Their morale was greatly boosted. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him. In the pitch-black demonic chi, a pair of scarlet eyes jumped like flames. His tone was gloomy. "You just said that you want to eliminate the demon race and protect the peace of the star boundary." Li Kaishan kept his mouth shut. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but that he couldn't. The blood in his chest was rolling, and he was afraid that if he opened his mouth, blood would gush out. "If you really want to, you should go to the Western Territory. Why are you looking for wild food in front of my door?" Yang Kai sneered. "There are countless demon race there. Sect Master Li can kill however he wants. You've come to the wrong place here." After a pause, Yang Kai continued. "This palace master left the palace for several years. The High Heaven Palace was ordered by the great emperors to close the mountain. It wasn't because they were afraid that the world would come knocking on their door, but because they had other duties. Did the great emperors ever say that the High Heaven Palace is an evil sect? Instead, it's you little rascals who come to stir up trouble every few days in the name of eliminating the demon race, splashing dirty water on my High Heaven Palace, and ruining the reputation of my High Heaven Palace. You really deserve to die. Since you're courting death, then this king will fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai suddenly pointed at the flag in his hand. With a whistling sound, the flag turned into a stream of light and shot straight towards Li Kaishan. Cries of alarm rang out all around. Meng Wuya, Chu Ling Xiao, and the others all shouted, "No!" It was inevitable that the High Heaven Palace would be misunderstood by the world because of Yang Kai. Others using the name of the High Heaven Palace to stir up trouble was despicable, but they didn't deserve to die. If Yang Kai really killed him here, it would only confirm that Yang Kai was an evil demon. With his reputation ruined, how could he establish a foothold in the star boundary? But Meng Wuya, Chu Ling Xiao, and the others were only Dao Source Realm cultivators. How could they stop him? The only one present who had the ability to stop Yang Kai was Zhu Qing. But Zhu Qing was completely indifferent. Li Kaishan's eyes widened when the flag turned into a stream of light and shot towards him. He never thought that Yang Kai would really kill him. He exclaimed in his heart that the demon race was really unreasonable. At this moment of life and death, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence before retreating. But he couldn't retreat. Just as he spat out the blood essence, Li Kaishan felt a huge force coming from the front and hitting his chest. He was like a deflated balloon, all the strength in his body leaking out from his chest. Looking down, there was a huge hole in his chest. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels could be seen clearly. Looking up, Li Kaishan opened his mouth. You. He only spat out a single word before he fell on his back, no longer breathing. On the other side, Yang Kai was wrapped in black qi, his scarlet eyes indifferent and cold. Ever since his Emperor Qi had been converted into demon Qi, Yang Kai had hidden an evil aura in his heart. Although he had the soul-warming lotus to protect his mind and wouldn't completely become the demon race, his strength would more or less affect his temperament. If not for this, he wouldn't have half-forced Yu Meng in the first place. It was the same today. In the War of the Two Realms, countless cultivators had gone to the Western Territory to shed their blood. It was fine if some people didn't contribute, but they were fighting among themselves. Since they didn't go to the Western Territory, what was the point of having the Emperor Realm's cultivation? In addition, Zhou Qing's appearance and words just now made him very unhappy. However, Zhou Qing was just an alchemist and wasn't very strong, so he couldn't bully the weak. Li Kaishan's appearance gave him an outlet to vent his anger. Since he was here, he might as well die here. It would save him from any blind people coming to the High Heaven Palace in the future to eliminate the demon race and smear the High Heaven Palace's reputation. For the current Yang Kai, killing Li Kaishan wasn't a big deal. On the contrary, his thoughts were clear and he felt very comfortable. Just as Li Kaishan was about to die, a strange cackle rang out. Guizhu brazenly made his move. Just now, he had asked Yang Kai if he wanted to kill his way out. Now he had the opportunity to make his move. A large banner flew over and wrapped around the dozen or so Dao Source Realm cultivators, immediately disappearing without a trace. Chapter 36-21. The large banner was like a living creature, vibrating a few times before spitting out more than a dozen shriveled corpses and returning them to Guizhu's hands. In just a short moment, these dozen Dao Source Realm cultivators had their souls sucked dry by the 10,000 soul banner. Guizhu's methods were truly terrifying. In terms of visual impact alone, he was far superior to Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, the mountain-splitting sect master and a dozen Dao Source Realm cultivators were all wiped out. The hundreds of disciples who were watching from behind instantly felt their limbs turn cold and their bodies turn cold. All of them looked ahead with terrified expressions. Their strengths weren't high, and they didn't even understand what had happened, but the experts from their families had already turned into corpses. Only now did they understand that their mountain-splitting old ancestor had acted so arrogantly before only because the other party did not want to pay attention to him. When the other party really wanted to, their mountain-splitting old ancestor was no more difficult to kill than a mosquito. In front of such a tragedy, several female disciples were so scared that they cried. Their old ancestor was dead, so how could they survive? Why haven't you scrammed yet? Do you want to die here? Ling Tai-su shouted at those people. A loud shout finally pulled those people back to reality. Someone screamed in horror and turned around to flee. With someone taking the lead, naturally there would be others who followed. For a moment, hundreds of people turned around and ran for their lives. Many people were so scared that their legs went soft, and they fell to the ground after running for a few steps. Then, they scrambled to their feet and staggered to run. After a dozen breaths of time, the hundreds of people had all fled. Ling Tai-su, Chu Ling Xiao, and the others looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Yang Kai would kill them all. If that were the case, they really did not know what to do. Li Kaishan and the dozen Dao Source Realm cultivators who attacked the High Heaven Palace's sect-defending array had died. After all, no one sect-defending array could be attacked casually. Attacking the sect-defending array was tantamount to provoking the sect. If they overestimated themselves and were killed, they would only have themselves to blame. However, those hundreds of young people were still ignorant and had only followed the orders of their sect's elders, so they probably did not know the consequences of their actions. Now that everyone was running for their lives and Yang Kai didn't stop them, they were all relieved. Yang Kai gradually withdrew his demon qi and returned to his original appearance. Just by looking at his calm face, it was impossible to imagine that evil side of him just now. From today onwards, the High Heaven Palace will be open for business, Yang Kai ordered calmly. When Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing heard this, their expressions turned solemn, and they said excitedly, "We obey the palace master's decree." There was no way they wouldn't be excited. For the past few years, the name of the evil sect and the order of the great emperors to seal off the mountains had been pressing down on the High Heaven Palace's head. It was as heavy as 2 mountains, making it hard for people to breathe. Perhaps the disciples of the High Heaven Palace didn't feel it too deeply. After all, most of them came from the Star Territory and weren't very strong now. Most of them were in closed-door training. However, the higher-ups of the High Heaven Palace were very concerned about it. Opening the gates to the world was the same as dispelling the clouds and revealing the moon. It was towering palace proving themselves to the world. "Sister Hua," Yang Kai shouted again. Hua Qingxi hurriedly stepped forward. "Subordinate is here." "Which sects have acted like the mountain-splitting sect in the past few years? Did you remember?" Yang Kai turned to look at her. Hua Qingxi glanced at him and showed a helpless look. How could she not know what he was thinking? However, she still nodded and said, "I remember." It was because she understood Yang Kai that she remembered all the sects that had come to provoke and cause trouble in the past few years. All for the sake of today's question from Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned. "Very good. I'll have to trouble Sister Hua to take some people to those sects and send all the cultivator above the Origin King realm to the Western Territory battlefield." The Western Territory. I'm afraid there will be some big movements in the near future. We are currently lacking people. Hua Qingxi bowed her head and said, "Yes." Meng Wuya gnashed his teeth in pain. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Palace Master, there won't be any problems with this, right?" There was another explanation for killing the people who came to provoke them. But forcing them to serve in the Western Territory battlefield was a bit unreasonable. One had to know that the recruitment orders issued by the great emperors in the past few years were voluntary. Even the great emperors did not force anyone to participate in the War of the Two Worlds. Yang Kai's actions were too overbearing. What problems can there be? Yang Kai smiled happily. If they want to make a name for their sect, the best place to do so is on the battlefield. That's a good place to make a name for themselves. Me sending them there is a way to help them achieve their goals. Everyone was speechless. The battlefield was indeed a good place to make a name for oneself, but the premise was that one had to survive. In the past few years, the half-saint of the demon territory and the false emperor of the star boundary had fallen on the battlefield. Who could guarantee that they could escape unscathed from such a great war? However, those guys had been hiding in the Northern Territory all these years to enjoy life, so they were not worthy of sympathy. Just as they were talking, Yang Kai suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and turned his head to look into the High Heaven Palace. Everyone did not know what was going on, so they all looked in that direction. A moment later, a stream of light shot out from the sect and flew to the front, revealing a young man with an arrogant and indifferent expression. After he appeared, he did not look at anyone but Yang Kai. In an instant, everyone looked at this young man vigilantly, as if they were facing a great enemy, for no other reason than the fact that this young man was showing extremely obvious hostility towards Yang Kai, as if he was facing an enemy. This young man was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, but his aura was extremely powerful, not inferior to that of an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master. This made everyone unable to help but mutter in their hearts, wondering which family this rising star was from to have such charm. Brother Yao. The only one who recognized him was Jiying. The young man was insufferably arrogant, his eyes almost reaching his forehead as he looked down his nose at everyone. But he was very polite to Jiying, cupping his fists and greeting, "Grandmaster Ji. What brings Brother Yao here?" Jiying asked curiously. "I'm looking for him." The young man pointed at Yang Kai, his expression returning to indifference. Yang Kai smiled and asked, "Is there something you need, Brother Yao?" In the past 2 or 3 days, even though no one had seen this young man before, they could guess his identity from the conversation between Jiying and Yang Kai. After all, the surname Yao is very rare. In the entire star boundary, there was probably no one else with the surname Yao. The son of the Serene Soul Great Emperors Yao Jun Hyoji, It was said that the Serene Soul great emperors had a son and a daughter. Among all the great emperors, he had the most children. The other great emperors either had no children or only one, and most of them were daughters. Only Yao Jun had a son. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder this young man looks so dignified. It turns out that he is the son of the Serene Soul great emperors. Yang Kai and Hyoji weren't very familiar with each other, only having met a few times. The first time they met was in the Shattered Star Sea, and after that, they didn't have much contact. However, he was more familiar with his younger sister Yao Lin. This little girl had a bad temper, and had suffered a lot at Yang Kai's hands. Last time, when Lan Sun Gaozhan and the others were captured, it was Yang Kai who rescued them. It was at that time that Yu Ruming transformed into Li Shiqing and planted a heart seal secret technique on Yang Kai, opening the prelude to the war between the two worlds. The two were not familiar with each other, so Yang Kai didn't know why Hyoji was looking for him. However, he didn't feel any pressure. One of his women was a demon saint, so a son of the great emperors wasn't worthy of his attention. By the order of the great emperors, Yang Kai receives the order. Hyoji suddenly raised his hand and held up a jade plate. The jade plate shone brightly under the scorching sun, emitting a dazzling light. It was filled with the aura of the great emperors, making it difficult for people to look directly at it. Everyone's complexion changed. Yang Kai had just killed an emperor from the emperor realm, who came to make trouble, and showed the characteristics of his demon chi. He even ordered the High Heaven Palace to open its gates from today onwards. It hadn't been long since the great emperors issued an order, which inevitably made people feel a little uneasy. They didn't know if the matter here had already been spread, so the great emperors wanted to do something to Yang Kai. Everything else was fine, but the key was that Yang Kai's power couldn't be explained. The demon chi covering his body was exactly the same as the people of the demonic path in the legends. And the demonic path was an existence that was hated by the entire star boundary. Only one person showed a look of schadenfreude. Zhou Cheng's face was originally pale. Previously, Yang Kai had been all bark and no bite at him in the High Heaven Palace. He thought that Yang Kai didn't have enough confidence, so he chased him all the way here to demand an explanation. He watched as Yang Kai activated his demon chi and killed an emperor from the emperor realm without saying a word. Only then did he understand that this guy was vicious by nature and wasn't as easy to talk to as he seemed on the surface. When Li Kaishan was killed, he was really scared and felt that he really had taken a trip to the gates of hell. Yang Kai could even kill someone who provoked and made trouble, let alone someone who had the intention to snatch a woman from him. Originally, he had made up his mind not to tangle with Yang Kai anymore. He would go back and say a few soft words, and today's matter would be reduced to a small matter. Who would have thought that the situation would take a turn, and the great emperors would actually send an order? This was really a case of good being rewarded with good, and evil with evil. It wasn't that there wasn't any retribution, it was just that the time hadn't come yet. Zhou Cheng's heart was filled with excitement. He subconsciously felt that Yang Kai was definitely going to suffer. No matter how capable he was, if the great emperors really wanted to deal with him, he would definitely not be able to escape death. Once the jade disc was released, everyone bowed their heads and listened to the order, including Yang Kai. Hyoji's lips curled into a sneer. Originally, the person who sent the order was not him. After all, this kind of thing could be done by just sending someone else. There was no need for him, the son of the great emperors, to personally do it. However, he forcibly took on this task. One of the reasons was because he wanted to see Yang Kai's respectful attitude in front of him. Although this respect was for the great emperors and not him, it was a fact that he bowed his head in front of him. Among the loud cheers, Hyoji shouted, "By the decree of the great emperors, the High Heaven Palace Master Yang Kai has risked his life alone and become the demon race's territory to spy on the enemy. This is a great merit. From today onwards, the High Heaven Palace's order to seal off the High Heaven Palace is revoked. Disciples of the High Heaven Palace may freely enter and leave." Hyoji's voice was not loud, but he circulated his emperor's chi, so it spread throughout the High Heaven Palace. After a brief moment of silence, The High Heaven Palace instantly boiled over. Chapter 36-22. Everyone around Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. Previously, when Yang Kai said that he had already met with the great emperors, no one doubted him. They knew that since he could return safely after meeting with the great emperors, it meant that he had already been cleared of the traitor's name. However, no one expected that the great emperors would actually pass down a decree to clarify this matter for Yang Kai and the High Heaven Palace. No one in the High Heaven Palace doubted Yang Kai's words, but it was hard to say for outsiders. Without evidence, no one could say for sure. However, now that the great emperors had passed down a decree, it was the final conclusion. Yang Kai was not a traitor who had betrayed the astral boundary. He was a great hero who had taken the risk to infiltrate the enemy's ranks and spy on them. These were the words of the great emperors. Who dared to doubt them? Their palace master had turned from a traitor to the evil sects to a great meritorious official who had to endure humiliation for an important mission. Even the name of evil sect had been cleared. This change happened too quickly, and all the towering palace disciples felt their emotions surge, which was why they cheered so loudly. With their palace master, they felt honored. Their years of forbearance had finally paid off. It was not over yet. Hyoji continued. Order the palace master of the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai, to be the commander of the GZ army. All personnel of the GZ army are to prepare their own supplies. If there are any objections, they can report them to the 7 Miss Sea Army Commander Li. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at Hyoji. He blinked, thinking that he had misheard. If he had such a reaction, there was no need to talk about the others. They all sucked in a breath of cold air, and then held their breaths. The astral boundary currently had 54 legions named Heavenly Stems and Earthly Branches. This newly established GZ army should be the 55th Legion. When Yang Kai was escorting Fan Xian and the others back to their base, he had talked to Fan Xian about this, so he knew the general situation of these armies. According to Yang Kai's knowledge, there were currently 54 armies in the astral realm. The last army's banner was the Wu Mao army. According to the order, the 55th army should be the Wu Chen army, followed by the Wu Si, Wu 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 Wei, Wu Shun Wu Su and Wu Hai legions. They had to wait for the Wu Heavenly Stems to be sorted before it was the GZ army's turn. There was nothing wrong with the great emperors allowing Yang Kai to establish a new army. But now, they had directly skipped 6 banners and given the GZ army's banner. Moreover, this banner was no ordinary banner. Among the existing 54 legions, all the legions with the banner Z were led by fake emperor-level masters without exception. This was because a legion with the banner Z was the beginning of an earthly branch. The legion commander had to report to Army Commander Li Wuyi and supervise the other legions on the same day. In other words, the legion commander of a legion with the banner Z was half a superior to the other legion commanders on the same day. For example, if he created Jichou Army, Jiyin Army, and Jimao Army, Yang Kai would be able to supervise the army commanders of these armies. If he gave orders to these army commanders, as long as it didn't affect the overall situation, these army commanders would unconditionally cooperate. Therefore, only fake emperors were qualified to be the legion commanders of legions with the banner Z. A third order the emperor realm couldn't convince the masses. So far, among the 54 legions in the astral realm, only 5 legions had the banner Z. These 5 legion commanders were the 5 strongest fake emperors. Li Wuyi and Yang Yin were among them. This was why Yang Kai was surprised and why everyone was shocked. If the great emperors had specially passed down a decree to clarify Yang Kai and High Heaven Palace's name as a traitor to the evil sect as compensation, then this appointment was a great favor. What made Yang Kai even more surprised was why the great emperors wanted him to prepare and establish a legion. He had told the great emperors in the 7 Mist Sea that he would have many things to deal with in the coming days. How could he have the time to prepare a legion? What's more, now that Yu Meng, Bailey Mo Chong Tian, and the others had arrived in the astral realm, they had many masters under them. The passage between the 2 worlds was sealed by Yang Kai. The demon race was isolated and without help, but the astral realm's army was ready to go. No matter how one looked at it, it was only a matter of time before the demon race was wiped out. What was the point of having more or less legions? But the great emperors must have their own reasons for doing this. Even if Yang Kai didn't understand, he could only suppress his doubts. He was going to ask Li Wuyi about the situation when he had time, or ask Zhang Wuhen. In any case, he had his own space spirit bead, so it was convenient for him to communicate. Yang Kai, you still don't want to accept the order? Yao Si snorted, a look of disdain appearing on his face. Yang Kai acting so respectfully in front of him was very pleasing to the eye, but this kind of act of giving benefits to others made him very uncomfortable. High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai, accept the order. Yang Kai had no choice but to shout loudly, respectfully stepped forward, and received the jade plate. The moment it entered his hand, the jade plate flowed with brilliance, and after a while, it changed into a ferocious order with the words "My son" written on it. This should be the order of the Legion Commander. Not only was it a symbol of status, it also contained a secret divine technique that was sealed by the great emperors. It was hard to say how powerful it was, but it was definitely not something that a half-saint false emperor could contend against. It could be said that this was a life-saving talisman, a treasure that could save one's life at a critical moment. The Legion Commander's role was very important. If they were really careless and fell on the battlefield, the entire army would be scattered. Therefore, every order of the Legion Commander had been refined by the great emperors, sealing a different divine technique inside. The great emperors had an agreement with the demon saint not to appear on the battlefield, but this kind of thing was not included in the agreement. Congratulations, Palace Master. Congratulations, Palace Master. You are now the Legion Commander of the GZ army. From now on, wherever your son goes, all demons will retreat. Hua Qingxi congratulated with a smile. As soon as she opened her mouth, the surrounding people immediately became noisy and congratulatory voices filled the air. Zhou Cheng's face turned pale again. There was no punishment, no condemnation. Not only did the great emperors revoke the order of the High Heaven Palace to seal off the mountain range, but they also cleared the name of the High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai. They even bestowed him with the position of Legion Commander of the GZ army. What kind of honor was this? One had to know that the ancestral founder of Ice Heart Valley, Bing Yin, who was also a fake emperor, was only the Legion Commander of the Bingchen army. Although they were both Legion Commanders, the GZ army's status was undoubtedly higher than the Bingchen army's. At this moment, Zhou Cheng really wanted to find a hole and hide in it. The corpses of Li Kaishan and the dozen or so Dao Source Realm cultivators were still lying there, ignored by everyone. Zhou Cheng didn't know if he would become the next one. Looking up, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It was because Yang Kai didn't pay attention to him at all. He was just talking to the people around him with a smile on his face. His ears were buzzing, and his mind was elsewhere. Even though he wasn't far away, Zhou Cheng couldn't hear what he was saying. Palace Master, why don't we just send the people from those sects to the GZ army? If they are under your command, you can deal with them however you want, Hua Qingxi suggested with a smile. Just now, Yang Kai had asked her to take a trip to those sects that had provoked the High Heaven Palace, and send their Origin King realm and above cultivator to the Western Territory. She hadn't expected such a change to occur. If the GZ army was to be established, it would indeed require a large number of people. Not to mention the character of those people for the time being. There were quite a few from the Emperor Realm and Dao Source Realm cultivators among them. If they were to fill the GZ army, it would be beneficial to the army. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "This king is only sending them to the Western Territory to give them a chance. How could I deal with them? My Star Boundary's population is inferior to that of the Demon Territory. In this battle between our two realms, anyone who can go on the battlefield is a precious resource." After a pause, he continued, "But if they follow this king can take care of them a little, lest they die too quickly on the battlefield. Let them join the GZ army in the future." Hua Qingxi lowered her head. Yes. The corners of her mouth curled up as she tried to hold back her laughter. Yang Kai turned his head again and looked at Hyoji with a smile. "Brother Yao, You must have worked hard. Since you are here, why don't you come in and have a seat? This Yang can also play host to you. Hyoji's expression was indifferent as he looked up at the sky and said indifferently, "No need. I came here this time to pass down orders on behalf of the great emperors, and also because I have something to discuss with you." Yang Kai was in a good mood and nodded cheerfully. "Brother Yao, if you have something to say, I won't refuse." Hyoji was just being polite. Although he was the son of the great emperors, there was no friendship between the two of them. How could Yang Kai be so straightforward? Moreover, Hyoji had a condescending look on his face. Even if there was something to be said, it definitely wouldn't be anything good. Hyoji didn't waste time. He retracted his gaze from the sky and said directly, "Fight with me." Yang Kai was stunned. Although he knew that Hyoji definitely didn't have anything good to say to him, he didn't expect this to be the matter he wanted to talk about. He couldn't help but look at Yang Kai from head to toe. "Is this person crazy?" "There's no enmity between us," Hyoji said. "I only have one sister, and I treat her like a treasure." Without saying much, Yang Kai already understood what he meant. He wanted to avenge his sister. When Yang Kai and Yao Lin met for the first time outside the ancient wildlands, the other party suffered a great loss. At that time, Yang Kai almost killed her, but the souls of the great emperors of Serene Soul descended and saved Yao Lin's life. Although he didn't kill her, he wanted to kill her, but he didn't succeed. From another perspective, if someone wanted to kill Yang Shui, regardless of whether they took action or not, Yang Kai would never let them off easily. He also had a sister, and it was a little sister. So, Yang Kai could understand Hyoji's feelings very well. He nodded and said, "There's no need to say thank you. The last time I saved your sister was just a coincidence. It was just a small effort." Hyoji looked at him coldly, the muscles on his face twitching slightly. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "Is there anything else? Don't play dumb." Yao Si was naturally indifferent and was not good with words. What's more, what Yang Kai said was the truth, so there was no point in arguing. Since he couldn't argue, then there was no point in arguing, and just directly attacked. As soon as these words left his mouth, Yao Si leapt up high, turned upside down, and threw a punch towards Yang Kai. The power of this punch caused the wind and clouds to change color. After all, this was the son of a great emperor. So although his cultivation wasn't at the peak, his strength was still unfathomable. 90% of the people present suddenly let out a muffled groan, feeling that this punch was not aimed at Yang Kai, but themselves. If this punch had really hit them, would they have been able to block it? They couldn't block it, they could only stretch out their necks. Chapter 36-23. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and raised his head, not daring to move at all. As his fiery red hair fluttered in the wind, Zhu Qing dashed forward and greeted him with a punch. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as Hyoji, who was 10 meters away, let out a muffled groan and was sent flying, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai shaded his eyes with his hand and raised his head, sighing, "Why bother?" Zhu Qing was a 9th-order giant dragon, and possessed extraordinary strength. Even a half-saint might not necessarily be her opponent, let alone a mere 2nd-order emperor realm Hyoji. Zhu Qing had already shown mercy by only sending him flying. In any case, he was the son of great emperors. If he had really been injured or killed, it would have been difficult to explain to the Serene Soul great emperors. But soon Hyoji, who had been sent flying, rushed back with a gloomy face. He shouted angrily. The palace master of the High Heaven Palace, a famous figure in the star boundary, only knows how to hide behind a woman? Don't you even have the guts to fight me one-on-one? If that's the case, Yang Kai, you've really disappointed me. Yang Kai smiled. You're not my opponent, so there's no point in bullying you. Hyoji said. How do you know I'm not your opponent if we haven't fought before? Don't think that you're really strong just because you're a minor realm higher than me. I'm Hyoji, not some random cat or dog you've encountered before. Yang Kai glanced at him with a strange expression. Do you really want to fight that much? If you really want to fight, you can go to the Western Territory battlefield and fight however you want. Hyoji coldly snorted. After the War of Two Realms broke out, I fought in the Western Territory and killed more than 3 to 5 high-ranked demon kings. His arrogance reappeared. A high-ranked demon king was basically the same as a third-order Emperor Realm Master. If he could kill a high-ranked demon king, a third-order Emperor Realm Master would naturally be able to as well. After speaking, he shouted angrily, "I'm only asking you, do you want to fight or not?" Yongkai sighed. "What's the point of fighting if there's no benefit to it?" "You want benefits?" Hyoji's eyes flashed as he sneered. "Good, then let's add some stakes. If I lose today, Hyoji's life will be yours." Yongkai lowered his eyes. "Why would I want your life?" Calm. Yongkai was Yongkai's. If I lose Yongkai. Of Yongkai's, I. Gee, but. Yongkai's expression became even stranger. "You want to be the army commander of your own army? If you want it, I'll go talk to the great emperors and have them change their orders." Although the great emperors made him the GZ army's legion commander out of kindness and compensation, Yongkai didn't have such thoughts. He still had a lot of things to do, so he didn't have the time to build an army. Even if he finished building an army, he would have to lead a large army on the battlefield in the future. Mobilizing troops to besiege a city was too much for him. He was more than willing to listen to someone else's orders. He didn't want to have to worry about the safety of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The position of Legion Commander sounded high and mighty, but any military order would involve the lives of countless people. Hyoji snorted. "If I want something, I'll take it myself. There's no need for you to say anything." Yongkai frowned. "But even if you win, what's the point? Do you have the confidence to convince the great emperors to let you take this position? If the great emperor's orders could be changed so easily, then it would be too outrageous." "You don't need to worry about that," Hyoji replied indifferently. Yongkai frowned as he thought about Hyoji's words. He faintly felt that this was the real reason he came to the High Heaven Palace. In fact, this was indeed the case. The reason why Hyoji took this job and came to the High Heaven Palace was because he wanted to avenge his sister Yao Lin, and also because he wanted the position of Legion Commander of the GZ Army. It wasn't that he was too utilitarian, but because of his background, he had to be the Legion Commander. Most of the 10 great emperors of the Star Boundary didn't have any children, and even if they did, they were all daughters. Only the great emperors of the Serene Soul, Yao Jun, had a son and a daughter. In other words, Hyoji could be said to be the leader of the entire Star Boundary's younger generation. As the son of the great emperors, he had done well. He hadn't cultivated the flowing time great emperor for too long, but he had already reached the second-order emperor realm. In time, even if he couldn't reach the height of the great emperors of the Serene Soul, he would definitely become a fake emperor. If the opportunity came, he might even be able to comprehend the heavenly way. So far, all the Legion commanders of the Star Boundary's 54 Corps were third-order Emperor Realm Masters who had been famous for a long time. The younger generation didn't have this opportunity yet. Firstly, their cultivation wasn't enough, and secondly, their temperament wasn't enough. The position of Legion Commander was very important, so who would dare to trust the younger generation? Hyoji wanted to be the first, and he had to be the first. It wasn't for himself, but for the Serene Soul Palace, and more importantly, for the great emperors of the Serene Soul. He fought desperately against the demon race on the battlefield, constantly training himself and accumulating merits. His position in the army was also constantly promoted. Now, he was the deputy Legion commander of a certain corps, only one step away from the goal he had set for himself. In less than a year, at most half a year, he would be qualified to be a Legion commander. At that time, it would be time for him to prove himself to the entire Star Boundary. His strength wasn't due to his birth, and his achievements were all earned through his own hard work. Who would have thought that just as his wish was about to be fulfilled, Yang Kai would suddenly appear out of nowhere and become a Legion commander faster than him? If it was any other Legion commander, it wouldn't be a big deal, but this was the GZ army, the beginning of a corps. It wasn't easy to establish a corps. The first thing that had to be solved was the problem of numbers. Although there were still many cultivator in the Star Boundary that hadn't been recruited, There weren't many corps left. Even if it was Hyoji's turn to be the next corps, it would only be the Wuxian army, which was inferior to the GZ army. There was no way to coordinate, unless they managed to snatch Yang Kai's GZ army. Therefore, Hyoji came to challenge him, but was sent flying by Zhu Qing with a single punch. How could he not be angry? Yang Kai nodded slightly and said, "So if you win against me, this GZ army will be yours?" Too much nonsense. Are you going to fight or not? Fight, fight, fight. Yang Kai couldn't help but nod. His face was full of joy as he stood there, beaming with joy. He waved at Hyoji and said, "Since you insist on fighting, then this king can only do as you wish. Make your move." He had made up his mind. As long as Hyoji made his move, he would immediately surrender. In his opinion, the Legion commander of the GZ army wasn't as practical as the Legion commander's order. Moreover, he really didn't have the time to establish and manage a corps. If he could throw this hot potato to Hyoji at this time, it would be something that he couldn't wish for more. Hyoji's realm was a bit low, but his strength wasn't low either. He was from the Serene Soul Palace, and had fought on the battlefield for many years. He was very familiar with the situation on the battlefield, and was definitely more qualified to be the Legion commander than Yang Kai. Hyoji narrowed his eyes and looked at him. How could he not see that Yang Kai was deliberately letting him win? However, he definitely wouldn't say that he had an unfair advantage. Yang Kai didn't resist. That was Yang Kai's business. Yang Kai had come here to defeat Yang Kai. He only cared about the result. The process wasn't important. This was because he firmly believed that even if Yang Kai attacked with all his strength, he would definitely be no match for him. He had this confidence because he was Hyoji, the son of Serene Soul. However, Hyoji still glanced at Zhu Qing standing next to Yang Kai. He didn't care about the others, but this bad-tempered Huolong really made him wary. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Qinger, step aside." Zhu Qing glanced at Hyoji and retreated without saying a word. With no more obstacles and no more hesitation, Hyoji rushed forward, his emperor's chi surging, and the divine technique secretly prepared. No matter how Yang Kai responded, he had already used all his strength. At this moment, Hyoji suddenly felt the surge of a woman's divine sense nearby, and sent a message to Yang Kai. He glanced at the woman and recognized that she should be the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi. He didn't know what Hua Qingxi said to Yang Kai, but Yang Kai's expression froze for a moment before his eyes lit up. An extremely dangerous aura rushed towards him, and in the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, almost touching his face. Hyoji was shocked, and as he whispered in his heart, "Space Divine Technique." The divine technique he had secretly prepared was instantly displayed. As the son of the great emperors of Serene Soul, Hyoji had been influenced by the great emperor since childhood, so he was naturally proficient in spiritual energy. His most powerful move was naturally a soul secret technique. His divine sense surged like a tide and pure spiritual energy, turned into 999 small sharp swords, breaking through Yang Kai's knowledge sea, and stabbing into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't dare to do this, because such a fierce move was very likely to directly kill the opponent. He and Yang Kai didn't have a life and death feud, so there was naturally no need for him to do this. But since Hyoji had displayed this move, he naturally had a way to control it. Even if the 999 small swords rushed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, he could still control them, ensuring that they wouldn't harm Yang Kai's life. Hyoji's mouth curved into a sneer. He naturally knew that Yang Kai had the space divine technique, so if Yang Kai had fought with him, it would have been a little troublesome. But since Yang Kai had actually recklessly rushed in front of him, it could only be said that this guy had overestimated himself. When the 999 small swords rushed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, Hyoji's expression changed greatly, because at that moment, he actually lost contact with the 999 small swords. And under this sudden change, he lost control of his mind, and a white lotus flower suddenly bloomed in front of him. The whole world seemed to be filled with this lotus flower, and his body inexplicably fell into the stamen, unable to extricate himself. The blooming petals slowly closed, and the world was sealed. Hyoji struggled with all his strength, but still couldn't escape, and could only watch as he was sealed in this lotus flower world. The world was dark, and he could no longer see anything, and even his perception was completely blocked. A feeling of loneliness came over him, as if he would sink into this sealed world for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, until forever. A strong sense of sleepiness came over him, and even someone as strong as Hyoji couldn't help feeling drowsy. Chapter 36-24. Hyoji was shocked. How could he not know that he had been tricked? In a fit of anger, he bit the tip of his tongue, trying to stimulate his body with pain and restore his consciousness. The pain came, but there was no smell of blood. Hyoji was stunned. There was no smell of blood, which meant that he was not a physical body. Was he now in the state of a soul avatar? If he hadn't taken a bite, Hyoji wouldn't have even noticed this. The child of serene soul was especially aware of the soul secret technique of others. As this thought flashed through Hyoji's mind, he completely lost control of his mind. When the soul-warming lotus was evolving, Yongkai had comprehended a secret technique. This secret technique was strange, unpredictable, and difficult to guard against. Coupled with Yongkai's powerful soul cultivation, it could often surprise the enemy and seize the initiative. It was called the blossoming lotus. As soon as the blossoming lotus was formed, a white bud could rush into the enemy's knowledge sea and devour their soul power. However, after so many years, apart from the blossoming lotus secret technique, Yongkai had not been able to comprehend any other soul secret techniques from the soul-warming lotus, nor did he deliberately cultivate any other secret techniques. After all, the blossoming lotus Tao was more than enough for the divine soul secret techniques. However, after having sex with Yu Meng and his soul cultivation sword, Yongkai discovered that his blossoming lotus secret technique had another transformation, the raging lotus. It was completely different from the blossoming lotus. It could even be said that it was a completely opposite soul secret technique. When the blossoming lotus was used, the enemy's vision would be filled with a bud, and when the flower bloomed, the enemy's soul power would be rapidly drained. When the raging lotus was used, it was a white lotus in full bloom that wrapped around the enemy's soul. When the lotus closed, it would seal the enemy's soul, cutting off the connection between the enemy's soul and body. If any creature wanted to live, walk, or speak, they had to become one with their body and soul. However, the angry lotus could cut off this state of unity. The connection between the soul and the body was cut off. Then, the body would become a walking corpse without any thoughts of its own. No matter how powerful it was, it would not be able to use it. Just like Hyoji at this moment, the world was completely sealed, and there was no light at all. Even his perception could not be sensed. Before he fell asleep, Hyoji's mind filled with anger. Evil, treacherous bastard, I've been tricked. One couldn't blame him for thinking this way. The main reason was that when he was about to make a move, Yongkai seemed ready to give up the position of army commander. As if as long as he rushed over, Yongkai would take the initiative to admit defeat and give up the position of army commander. However, when he was about to make a move, Yongkai had actually taken the initiative to make a move. Hateful, absolutely hateful. And had of the great of soul of serene soul. Of the of serene soul. And of soul thought. Yang, serene soul power he. The great emperors didn't even look at him. They just said that he was inferior. Hyoji refused to accept it. He brought the great emperor's order to the high heaven palace to issue a challenge. He never thought that he would end up in such a state. And now, Hyoji was even more unwilling to accept it. He felt that if he fought openly with Yongkai, it would be hard to say who would win. However, Yongkai was so treacherous. It was too unfair. Hyoji was filled with unwillingness as he fell into a deep sleep. This battle may have been dangerous for Hyoji, but to outsiders, it was only an instant. When Hyoji rushed over, Yongkai met him head-on. Then, the two of them passed each other and stood still. Because Hyoji was facing him, everyone could clearly see that the light in his eyes had faded. He stood there with empty eyes. Yongkai slowly turned around, sighed, and patted him on the shoulder. At this moment, where Yang Kai was standing before. An afterimage gradually faded away. Everyone looked at him with strange expressions. Ling Taisu frowned and said, "Nothing happened to him, right?" Although Hyoji's previous performance was not very likable, it was only because of his personality. He had no enmity with the High Heaven Palace. The other party was also the son of the great emperors. The High Heaven Palace really couldn't do anything to him. "Nothing, he just fell asleep," Yang Kai replied. "Fell asleep?" Everyone looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Although the battle between Yang Kai and Hyoji was only for a short moment, the divine sense fluctuations that burst out at the same time were extremely clear. Thinking about the whole process, how could anyone not know that the two of them fought at the divine sense level? But in the end, one was safe and sound, while the other was asleep. The one who was safe and sound was Yang Kai, while the one who fell asleep was Hyoji. If it was any other second-order Emperor Realm Master who encountered such a thing, everyone wouldn't be too surprised. But this person was the son of the great emperors of the Serene Soul, the leader of the younger generation, who had been personally nurtured by the great emperors of the Serene Soul since childhood. How strong was Yang Kai's soul to be able to do this without batting an eyelid? They couldn't figure it out, and they didn't dare to think about it. But in any case, most of the people present had the same thoughts as Hyoji. Yang Kai had clearly shown mercy before, so why did he suddenly attack at the last moment? The only thing that was certain was that this was definitely related to Hua Qingxi's sound transmission. After all, it was because of Hua Qingxi's sound transmission that Yang Kai's fighting spirit suddenly soared. They just had to ask Hua Qingxi later to find out. He will wake up in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. "Sister Hua, please take care of him for a while. And when he wakes up, let him understand his current situation." "Heh, this is really interesting." Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head as he spoke, as if he couldn't hold back his laughter. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled. "Rest assured, Palace Master. This subordinate will definitely let him understand." Yang Kai nodded and bowed to the crowd. "I haven't returned for several years, and I still have many things to attend to. This junior will take his leave first. I will pay my respects to the elders later." After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for anyone to say anything. He spread his arms like an eagle's wings and gathered Su Yan, Xia Ningchang, Shan Qingluo, Shuiyu, and Zhu Qing to his side. Like herding sheep, he walked towards the High Heaven Palace. What bullshit was there to be tied up with? It was obvious that he was going to be intimate with his wives. Seeing this, the group of elders couldn't help laughing and shaking their heads. Only Meng Wuya was not very happy, pulling a long face as if the whole world owed him millions. Everything had happened so suddenly that Su Yan and the others were all a bit stunned. After regaining their composure, how could they not understand Kai Yang's intentions? But in broad daylight, with so many elders in front of them, each and every one of them blushed and were driven away by Kai Yang. After taking a few steps, Yang Kai suddenly seemed to remember something and turned around to look at Ji Ying and the others. "Grandmaster Zhou, you wanted this king to give you an explanation. What kind of explanation do you want?" Zhou Cheng was originally hiding behind Ji Ying, but who knew that Yang Kai had no intention of letting him go. Hearing this, his body swayed and he almost fainted. Fortunately, Ji Ying had used his Emperor Qi to protect him, preventing him from embarrassing himself in front of everyone. However, being called out by Yang Kai, he couldn't not respond. He lowered his head and said in fear and trepidation, "This Zhou has misspoken. Please forgive me, Palace Master Yang." When he saw Yang Kai transform into an evil demon and directly kill Li Kaishan, Zhou Cheng realized that Yang Kai was different from the rest of the Emperor realm. He really dared to kill and didn't care about reputation at all. Later, the great emperors passed down a decree to clear Yang Kai and the High Heaven Palace's name. They also gave him the position of commander of the GZ army. How could Zhou Cheng dare to be presumptuous again? Previously, he could talk nonsense because he was in a position to criticize Yang Kai's identity as an evil demon. Now that he no longer had this position, his previous accusations were all a joke. Yang Kai glanced at him. Seeing that Zhou Cheng had admitted defeat, he didn't say anything else. He used his demon chi to wrap his 5 wives and rushed towards the high heaven palace. Within the black clouds, Xia Ningchang's cry of surprise could be heard. After he left, the crowd gradually dispersed. However, before Meng Wuya left, he coldly snorted at Zhou Cheng and waved his sleeve. Jiying frowned and muttered to himself for a long time before he sighed. Zhou Cheng, go to the 7 Mist Sea. The High Heaven Palace has enough people. Last time, I heard from Army Commander Li that they needed more people. Zhou Cheng looked at Jiying and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. He was obviously unwilling. Of course he was unwilling. Although the 7 Mist Sea was considered safe, how could it compare to the High Heaven Palace, which was behind the star boundary? What's more, he had heard that the alchemists at the 7 Mist Sea would sometimes have to go to war with the army. Since they had to go to war, their lives might be in danger. However, before he could say anything, Jiying said, Yang Kai is a narrow-minded person who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Since you have provoked him, how could he let you go so easily? Now that he has the position of GZ Army Commander, you will only end up being recruited by him if you stay here. Do you want to go to war with the GZ Army and kill the enemy? If you want, you can stay here. Zhou Cheng's expression changed and he quickly cupped his hands. I will follow Grandmaster Ji's arrangements. Jiying nodded. Don't worry, the 7 Mist Sea is also very safe. After saying this, he led the group of alchemists and flew towards Medicine Pill Peak. An inexplicable sense of joy flashed through his heart. Yang Kai had destroyed his furnace of heaven and earth impermanence pills. He couldn't do anything to Yang Kai, but he could still throw some dirty water at him. What narrow-minded person, and how he would seek revenge for the smallest grievance were just his alarmist words. But then again, after what happened today, Zhou Cheng really couldn't stay in the High Heaven Palace any longer. If he really stayed here, even if Yang Kai didn't make a fuss about it, Meng Wuya probably wouldn't let Zhou Cheng have a good life. Meng Wuya's attitude before he left was self-evident. Not long after, only Hyoji, who had his soul separated from his body by the Furious Lotus secret technique, and the High Heaven Palace's first and second stewards, were left outside the mountain gate. Bian Yuqing couldn't bear to see a pile of filthy things in front of her house. She collected the corpses of the people she had killed and threw them far away. When she returned, she glanced at Hyoji. He hasn't woken up yet? Hua Qingxi smiled. Palace Master said it would take an incense stick to burn. So it will take an incense stick to burn. It's not time yet, but it should be soon. Bian Yuqing nodded. She raised her head and looked at the sky, squinting slightly. Today's weather is really good. Hua Qingxi also said, yes, it's really good. Yang Kai returned to the palace. The great emperors passed down in order to reopen the mountain gate. The GZ Army's Legion commander. Today's events happened one after another. It was too much to take in, but they were all joyous events. Chapter 36-25. Today's events could no longer be described as a double blessing. It was 3 blessings. If Hyoji was included, it would be 4 blessings. Thus, Hua Qingxi was in a particularly good mood. Sister Hua, what did you say to the palace master just now? Bian Yuqing asked curiously. She wasn't the only one who was curious about this question. Everyone else was as well. It was just that she was the first to ask. Hua Qingxi smiled slightly. 2 points. 2 points. Bian Yuqing frowned. Hua Qingxi chuckled. First, no matter who becomes the army commander of the GZ army, at least 20,000 disciples from the High Heaven Palace will join the GZ army. The palace master will be in charge of the army. It's better than handing the lives and futures of the disciples to others. The disciples will also be more willing to follow the palace master into battle. Bian Yuqing nodded. These words were correct. The great emperors had ordered Yang Kai to become the army commander of the GZ army. However, the recruitment of personnel and the preparation of resources had to be handled by the palace master himself. The High Heaven Palace had also accumulated a lot of good things over the years. Just in terms of personnel, the palace master would have at least 20,000 disciples joining the GZ army. This was the only way to support the general framework of the army. Rather than letting these 20,000 disciples follow the orders of others, it was naturally better to let Yang Kai control them. If they really went to the battlefield and fought against the demon race, even if the High Heaven Palace disciples weren't given special treatment, Yang Kai could at least treat them equally. It could be said that the first point that Hua Qingxi and Yang Kai had said was enough to make him value the position of the GZ Army's army commander. He was indeed not interested in this position, and didn't want to be ordered around. However, not being interested was one thing, and assessing the situation was another. Moreover, Hua Qingxi had a second reason to persuade him. What's the second point? Bian Yuqing asked again. The second point is that if we win against the Yao family, according to him, his life will belong to the palace master. As the son of the great emperors, I don't think he'd go back on his word. Since even his life belongs to the Asgard master, then it's only natural that the Asgard master would do something for him, for example, taking charge of the GZ army. Bian Yuqing revealed a look of understanding. She knew that Hua Qingxi was right. Hyoji had spoken in front of everyone, so he definitely wouldn't go back on his words. His life belonged to Yang Kai, so if Yang Kai asked him to do something, he definitely wouldn't refuse. If Yang Kai wasn't willing or liked the position of army commander, it didn't matter. He could just let Hyoji take charge. All the affairs of the army commander would be handed over to him. Yang Kai only needed to stand behind the scenes and do what he needed to do. He wouldn't waste his time, and wouldn't interfere with his normal life. It was precisely because Hua Qingxi mentioned these 2 points that Yang Kai's fighting spirit suddenly flared up. He felt that Hua Qingxi was right. The GZ army should be under his control. It would be even more profitable to get an army commander to work for him. Bian Yuqing pursed her lips and smiled. This person from the Yao family tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Hua Qingxi said, I can only say that he underestimated the palace master. If Hyoji could hear this evaluation, who knew how he would feel? How dare he underestimate Yang Kai? He was the son of the great emperors. It wasn't wrong for him to think highly of himself. It wasn't wrong for him to treat others with arrogance because he had the ability to do so. However, the great emperors didn't object to Yang Kai becoming the army commander of the GZ army. This meant that Yang Kai had the ability to do so. Therefore, Hyoji had never underestimated Yang Kai. In fact, before coming here, he had even deliberately estimated Yang Kai's strength, and thought that he was a level higher than him. However, one move. In other words, he had fallen into a deep sleep after just one move. Furthermore, this was under the condition that his spirit and cultivation were at full strength. He had never expected to be crushed like this before coming here. Hua Qingxi smiled again. Actually, there are many other benefits to winning against this person from the Yao family. It's just that time was short, so I didn't have time to tell the palace master in detail. Bian Yuqing asked curiously, what other benefits are there? Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and said, think about it. If he was in the GZ army, whether he was willing or not, he would have to manage the GZ army well. Furthermore, as the son of the great emperors, he has many advantages that ordinary people can't reach, whether it's in terms of recruitment of personnel or material preparation. I heard that although the legions are united in dealing with the demon race, there are many times when they quarrel endlessly over the division of spoils and the allocation of personnel. Although the palace master is strong, his seniority isn't high. Many of the legions are involved with him. At times like this, the palace master can't bring himself to quarrel with those seniors. However, this person from the Yao family is different. His seniority isn't high, but his background is. If we really encounter such trouble in the future, it would be best if he stepped forward. He wouldn't let our GZ army suffer a loss. These words were not wrong. There were indeed many legions who were involved with Yang Kai. Those who had ordinary relationships with him, such as Bing Yin and Wen Zishan, had quite a good relationship with Yang Kai. If there was really a time to divide the spoils, and Wen Zishan came to Yang Kai and said that he wanted 70%, and he would give him 30%, Wen Zishan might really do it. After all, he was used to being shameless. If it really came to that, Yang Kai would probably have a headache. However, If it was Hyoji who negotiated with Wen Zishan, he would definitely get a reasonable allocation. Bian Yuqing's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this. Sister Hua is really smart. You even thought of this. Hua Qingxi smiled when she heard this. One must be loyal to the emperor. There's no harm in thinking more, He's awake. While the two women were talking, Hyoji, who had been standing there in a daze, finally reacted. His empty eyes gradually regained their color, and the muscles on his face twitched slightly. An incense stick's worth of time passed, no more and no less. Hyoji woke up very quickly. As soon as Hua Qingxi finished speaking, he completely woke up. Almost without hesitation, his emperor chi surged out and turned into a protective force that lingered around him. At the same time, a mirror appeared in front of him out of thin air and fluttered around his body. The mirror was not big, only about the size of a palm, but it was a top-grade defensive emperor artifact. He seemed to be still immersed in the moment when he fought with Yang Kai, and did not recover. As soon as he woke up, he went all out and put on a defensive posture. He turned his head and looked around, but he did not see anyone else. Only two women were standing not far away, looking at him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Hyoji frowned and finally remembered what happened before he fell asleep. For a moment, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. At the same time, his back was dripping with cold sweat. His expression was ugly, because he had realized that he had lost. He had lost completely. Cold sweat because in the situation just now, if Yang Kai wanted to kill him, he was afraid that no matter how many lives he had, it would not be enough. Even though he was sure that Yang Kai would not kill him, he still felt like he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. After coming back to his senses, Yang Kai slowly withdrew his emperor chi and his protective mirror. He stared at Hua Qingxi and asked, "Where is he?" He did not care about the others, he only asked about Yang Kai. Hua Qingxi took a few steps forward and bowed. High Heaven Palace's Chief Hua Qingxi greets Army Commander Yao. What Army Commander Yao? What did you say? Even in the face of such a delicate beauty like Hua Qingxi, Hyoji's face was cold and indifferent, as if she was nothing in his eyes. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled, explaining, "Army Commander Yao, have you forgotten? Just now when you challenged my palace master, he had set some stakes." Hyoji's expression stiffened, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Yes, I did set a stake with that traitor. Now that I have lost, if he wants my life, I will give it to him." He still felt that Yang Kai had underestimated his opponent and deliberately made him lower his guard, then suddenly used the divine technique. If such a treacherous person was not a traitor, then what was he? But it was undeniable that Yang Kai's attainments in soul cultivation were indeed strong. A faint smile appeared on Hua Qingxi's face as she replied, "My palace master has already said that he won't take Yao Zhangjun's life. However, since we have already made a bet, we can't go back on it now. Otherwise, if news of this matter spreads, it will only tarnish the reputation of our serene soul palace. However, if we just let it go like this, it will only make Yao Zhangjun feel like he has been underestimated. This is truly a headache." Saying so, she slowly shook her head, causing her fine black hair to flutter in the wind. Hyoji snorted coldly. "He won't take my life, but he wants a stake. Just say it, what does he want?" Hua Qingxi said, "What does he want? What's more, although my High Heaven Palace is not comparable to the great emperor's sex, we still have a strong foundation. Most of the things that exist in this world can be obtained by the High Heaven Palace. So my palace master doesn't want anything from Army Commander Yao. I will give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't explain yourself, I will leave." Hyoji couldn't be bothered to argue with Hua Qingxi. After all, it was Yang Kai who didn't want the stake, not him, so there was no pressure to leave. Hua Qingxi hurriedly said, "Palace master said that he wants you to take charge of the GZ army, and that you can do whatever you want in the army." When Hyoji heard this, his narrowed eyes suddenly opened, and he said coldly, "Is that what you meant when you said that?" Hua Qingxi smiled faintly at him. "Taking charge of the army is naturally taking charge of the army. He wants me to work under him?" Hyoji's tone was extremely unfriendly, below one person and above millions. Hua Qingxi looked at him with a sincere expression, and there was a hint of persuasion in his tone. Wishful thinking. Hyoji was furious. It was already embarrassing enough that he lost, and now he was actually being asked to work under Yang Kai. This was simply intolerable. Although he was only a vice army commander now, he was under another army commander, but that was because Li Wuyi had appointed him, so he had nothing to say. However, if he were to become Yang Kai's subordinate, he might as well kill him. Hua Qingxi didn't have much of a reaction when she heard this. Instead, she smiled faintly and said, "If that's the case, then forget it. Palace Master said that he won't force anyone to do anything they don't want to do. Master Yao, please return." This response was extremely unexpected to Hyoji. He stared at Hua Qingxi in a daze for a long time before confirming that she wasn't lying. Then, he coldly snorted, turned around, and walked towards the space array. He moved very quickly, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Bian Yuqing opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, Hua Qingxi suddenly waved her hand, and Bian Yuqing immediately closed her mouth. Chapter 36-26. 10 breaths passed. Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing waited quietly. Half a cup of tea's worth of time passed. The two women were still waiting. After a stick of incense's worth of time, just as Bian Yuqing was about to lose her patience, a figure suddenly appeared. Who else could it be but Hyoji? Seeing that he had really returned, Bian Yuqing's anxious heart finally relaxed. She looked at Hua Qingxi with admiration. With his hands behind his back, Hyoji tried his best to restrain the unwillingness and anger in his heart. He tried to use a calm tone as he said, "I accept the position of army commander. Tell him that I will come to the High Heaven Palace to take up the position within 3 days. With Army Commander Yao Zhang, the GZ army will definitely soar into the sky in the future." Hua Qingxi smiled sweetly and bowed. Humph. Hyoji held back his anger and turned around to fly away. This time he really left. After watching him disappear from her sight, Hua Qingxi patted her towering chest and let out a long sigh of relief. Just now, in the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, she thought she had screwed up her task. But fortunately, Yao Si didn't go back on his word. "Sister Hua, are you sure that he will come back?" Bian Yuqing asked. Hua Qingxi's smile was a bit forced. "I'm not sure, but I think that even if he doesn't care about his reputation, the Serene Soul Palace and the great emperors of Serene Soul still care about their reputation. He has to worry about the sect and the great emperors behind him." Although she didn't have much contact with Hyoji, from his performance just now, he wasn't a pedantic and rigid person. He might be the kind of person who would do anything to achieve victory. It wouldn't be strange if this kind of person went back on his word. However, just as Hua Qingxi said, even if he didn't care about his reputation, he still had to worry about the great emperors and the Serene Soul Palace. Thus, Hyoji had no choice but to return. The GZ army hadn't been established yet, but they already had a powerful commander. Even if Hyoji didn't have the ability to command the army, with his addition, the GZ army would have more weight. This was a good thing. 3 days. Hua Qingxi turned her head to look at the High Heaven Palace. She seemed to be able to see through the layers of the Great Formation and see the scene inside Ling Shao Peak. She couldn't help but blush and had a headache. "I don't know if there's enough time." "What do you mean by enough time?" Bian Yuqing didn't understand. Hua Qingxi's face turned even redder as she whispered, "Haven't Second Chief Steward heard that absence makes the heart grow fonder? Palace Master hasn't returned for several years, and just now." Bian Yuqing understood now and couldn't help glancing towards the High Heaven Palace, covering her mouth and chuckling. Not wanting to discuss this topic any further, Hua Qingxi's expression became solemn. "But no matter what, we have to get busy. With the establishment of the GZ army and Palace Master as its army commander, my High Heaven Palace must provide Palace Master with the greatest support possible. With 20,000 disciples joining, the framework will be established first. As for the other members, there is no need to rush. I'll have to trouble Second Chief Steward to go to the Southern Territories branch sects and register the names of the Origin King Realm and above disciples. As for the main sect, I'll take care of it. It must be settled within 3 days. Okay. Bian Yiqing quickly agreed. The two women had been working together for many years, and had a tacit understanding with each other. So they each went their own way. Under the orders of the great emperors, the High Heaven Palace had not only sealed the Northern Territory's main sect, but also the branch sects in the Southern Territory. Now that the great emperors had granted them a generous reward, the Southern Territory's branch sects were still unaware of the situation. When Bian Yiqing went over and reported the news, the entire Southern Territory's branch sects burst into cheers. Hearing that the GZ army had been established, and that Yang Kai had been appointed as its army commander, all the disciples above the Origin King realm rushed to sign up. 90% of the disciples of the High Heaven Palace were brought up by Yang Kai from the territory of the Lower Star. A large number of them were from Shadowed Star's High Heaven sect, and many of them were outstanding cultivators, selected from the various cultivation stars in the Hung Luo star field. These people had been in the star boundary for a long time, and all of them had greatly improved their strength. There were at least 30,000 to 40,000 cultivators above the Origin King realm, and many Dao Source realm cultivators had also recently appeared. Although there were fewer cultivators in the Emperor realm, it was not a big problem for them to establish a framework. As long as the framework was established, it would not be too late to slowly expand the army in the future. The main sect and the branch sects were bustling with activity. High Heaven Peak was also in full swing. The room was filled with a decadent atmosphere, and the ground was covered with scattered clothes. On the big bed, several naked bodies were entangled, and the sound of collision was endless. The little senior sister's veil had been torn off, revealing her beautiful face that ordinary people could not see. Su Yan's hair was flying in the wind, and Shanqing Luo was dripping with sweat. Shuiyu had long been turned into a pile of mud, lying on the edge of the bed, gasping for breath, her body convulsing uncontrollably. On the battlefield, only Zhu Qing was still struggling to hold on. As the water and milk blended together, the dragon roars continued. Unlike the other 4 women, this was the first time Zhu Qing had experienced this kind of battle. Originally, she was unwilling, as she could not bring herself to do it. After hesitating for a long time, her clothes were torn apart by Shanqing Luo, and Yang Kai took advantage of her, causing her will to crumble instantly. When she first met Yang Kai, she was invaded by his dragon nature, causing her to lose her mind and allow Yang Kai to take advantage of her. Now, in this kind of environment, how could she resist? In the end, she could only comply with Yang Kai's wishes. She was the first to go, but she still managed to hold on until now. After all, in the dragon race, her physical fitness was not something Su Yan and the others could compare with. Lying on the side, Shanqing Luo's seductive eyes were like silk as she gently gritted her teeth and whispered in Su Yan's ear. "Damn it! How can this woman's physical strength be so good?" Su Yan did not even have the strength to move a finger, so how could she have the strength to answer her? She just slowly shook her head. Shanqing Luo propped herself up, knelt on the bed, and crawled towards the battlefield, her fine black hair scattered around her waist and buttocks. Along with the graceful curves of her body, she moved in a breathtaking arc, adding a different kind of allure. In the midst of the battle, Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. As if feeling Yang Kai's gaze, Shanqing Luo raised her eyes and smiled at him charmingly. Then, she came behind Zhu Qing, reached out her hands and hugged her, her slender jade fingers gently wandering over Zhu Qing's silky smooth body. Zhu Qing quivered, as if she had been greatly frightened. Reluctantly turning her head, she saw Shanqing Luo giving her a wicked smile, sticking out her scarlet tongue to lick her red lips, and then leaning over to press her chest and abdomen. Zhu Qing was terrified. She had always been strong in front of Shanqing Luo, but at this moment, she actually revealed a trace of pleading. How could Shanqing Luo pay attention to her? She had long been displeased with this dragon girl, and had suffered losses at her hands several times. Unfortunately, her strength was inferior, and she could not retaliate even if she wanted to. If she did not take revenge now, when would she? The low moans suddenly changed and became louder. At first, it sounded like she was crying, but in fact that was not the case. The atmosphere in the room became even more decadent. To the side, Xiaoning Chang, who was originally drowsy, suddenly opened her eyes wide, dumbfounded. Su Yan reached out and covered her eyes. After a few moments of lingering passion, flowers bloomed several times. Day and night were unknown, and the room seemed to have become another world. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai woke up from his deep sleep. At his level of strength, unless he was severely injured, he didn't need to sleep at all. But when he returned home and was surrounded by his wives, he felt at ease and fell asleep without knowing why. His left hand was holding Xiaoning Chang, his right hand was holding Su Yan. Shanqing Luo directly lay on his body, the fragrance of her hair lingering at the tip of his nose. There was also 2 heads on his thighs. There was no need to look, it was definitely Shui Yu and Zhu Qing. It was just that he did not know who was on the left and who was on the right. Shanqing Luo's eyelashes trembled a few times. Then she slowly opened her eyes, directly facing Yang Kai's pair of bright eyes. Smiling slightly, the beguiling demon queen said, "You're awake?" Yang Kai nodded. Satisfied? Yang Kai shook his head. How could he be satisfied with a husband and wife? He would never be satisfied in this lifetime. These few beautiful faces, these few tender bodies, he would never be satisfied. Shanqing Luo laughed. My sisters won't be able to hold on much longer. Saying so, she leaned over and kissed Yang Kai lightly on the lips, but it was just a light touch. Supporting herself with both hands on Yang Kai's chest, she stood up, but for some reason, her brow suddenly furrowed, revealing a pained expression. Yang Kai grinned and laughed silently. Shanqing Luo glared at him. After climbing up with great difficulty, Shanqing Luo knelt on the bed and looked at the other women, sighing. Why are you still pretending? It's not your first time. Hurry up and get up. None of them were ordinary people. Although her movement of getting up and her voice was soft, how could it not alarm the others? It's just that the other 4 women were sleeping soundly. None of them had opened their eyes. When they were acting presumptuously, they didn't feel anything. But after calming down, they felt awkward. Basically, this was the case every time, so Shanqing Luo was already used to it. Originally, the situation was a little better. After all, the 4 sisters had been together for a long time, so after getting familiar with each other, they didn't care so much. But the key point was that this time, there was Zhu Qing. After Shanqing Luo finished speaking, seeing that the 4 women still didn't respond, she couldn't help but sneer, raising her hand and slapping Xia Ningchang's butt, making it ripple like water. Ningchang, if you don't get up, your husband won't be able to hold back. Can you take it when the time comes? Xia Ningchang suddenly opened her eyes, not because she was frightened by Shanqing Luo's words, but because Yang Kai's large hands really were roaming around her body. When their eyes met, Xia Ningchang showed an apologetic smile to Yang Kai, then gently kissed Yang Kai on the cheek, breaking free from his embrace and shrinking to the corner of the bed to get up. Big sister Shuiyu, and that so-and-so. Shanqing Luo called out one by one. One by one, they all got up with red faces, and for a time, the room was filled with the rustling sounds of clothes being put on. It was another scene of stunning beauty. Yang Kai laughed as he laid on the bed, his eyes looking from one to the other, his heart filled with joy. After putting on their clothes, the women combed each other's hair, and when they were all dressed, they looked back, only to see Yang Kai leisurely lying on the bed. Su Yan helplessly sighed. Let's do it. The 5 women split into 2 sides, helping Yang Kai get up and get dressed. Chapter 36-27. In the conference hall of the High Heaven Palace, Hyoji sat on a chair with an ashen face. Hua Qingxi sat across a table with a smile on her face. There were several jade slips on the table. These jade slips recorded the names, genders, cultivation levels, and other detailed information of the 20,000 disciples of the High Heaven Palace. The tea on the table had already turned cold. Hua Qingxi signaled outside with her eyes, and a maidservant immediately came forward to serve tea. This was the umpteenth time. Army Commander Yao, have some more tea. The palace master will be here soon. Hua Qingxi squeezed out a smile. Hyoji turned his head and glanced at her coldly. 4 days ago, you said the same thing. It was no wonder that Hyoji's expression turned ugly. 3 days later, he returned to the High Heaven Palace on time to discuss the establishment of the GZ army with Yang Kai. However, he didn't expect that the person in charge of receiving him wasn't Yang Kai, but Hua Qingxi. This wasn't a big deal. It was just a small matter. Hyoji wasn't happy, but he didn't care too much. However, he waited here for 4 days. For 4 whole days, there was still no sign of Yang Kai. Hyoji's patience was almost worn out. He didn't know how many cups of tea he had in the High Heaven Palace. If it weren't for Hua Qingxi accompanying him with a respectful attitude, Hyoji would have suspected that Yang Kai was playing with him. Hua Qingxi felt awkward. She could guess what Yang Kai was doing at this moment, but she couldn't tell outsiders. Moreover, she couldn't disturb Yang Kai at this time. She felt very depressed. Her palace master was good at everything, but he was a bit too indulgent when it came to the matters between men and women. Almost every time he went out, he would run amok with his wives for a few days. Previously, she felt that Hyoji's 3-day agreement wasn't enough time. Now it seemed that it really wasn't enough. However, it wasn't easy to recruit Hyoji into the GZ army. She couldn't just let him go like this. If he really left, it would be Yang Kai's loss, and also the GZ army's loss. Yang Kai was used to being a hands-off boss, but as the chief manager of the High Heaven Palace, she had to worry about this. Why don't we take a look at the information of these disciples? When the GZ army is really established, wouldn't Yao Zhongjun have an idea of who will hold what position? Hyoji said coldly, "There's no need to look. I've already memorized the information of a cultivator above the Dao Source realm." Then, Hua Qingxi felt a headache coming on. She didn't know how to stall for time. Originally, she had delayed Yang Kai for 4 days, which was already the limit. In her opinion, if Yang Kai still didn't appear in half a day, Hyoji might really leave. Sure enough, Hyoji snorted, "I'll wait at most for 4 more hours. After 4 hours, if Yang Kai doesn't appear in front of me, the previous bet will be cancelled." After saying that, he chuckled. "It's not that I, Hyoji, didn't keep my word. It's that traitor who doesn't put me in his eyes." With his background and strength, no matter which corps he went to, any corps commander would welcome him with open arms. But after coming to Yang Kai's place, he had sat here for 4 days without even seeing his face. He didn't want to work under Yang Kai, but because of the reputation of the Serene Soul Palace and the Serene Soul Great Emperors, he reluctantly agreed. Now that he had found an excuse, he naturally wanted to leave as soon as possible. "Traitor? Where did this traitor come from?" A voice suddenly sounded. Hua Qingxi was overjoyed when she heard this, and turned her head to look outside the hall. When the voice first spoke, it was clearly still a few dozen kilometers away, but by the time the last word fell, Yang Kai had already stepped into the hall. His steps were majestic, and it was obvious at a glance that he had been in a good mood these past few days. Bian Yuqing came with him. These days, Bian Yuqing had been waiting outside Lingxiao Peak, waiting for Yang Kai to finish, and immediately reporting to him about Hyoji's situation. So, although Yang Kai had just walked out of Lingxiao Peak, he already had some understanding of the situation here. Yao Jun was in charge of the army. Not bad. When Hua Qingxi was in charge, he could always be at ease. "Palace Master." Hua Qingxi got up and bowed. She was obviously relieved, and her anxious heart was finally put down. Yang Kai waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to be so courteous. He only looked at Hyoji. Hyoji ignored him, and only gave a cold snort, showing no intention of standing up. Yang Kai was magnanimous and didn't bicker with him. He walked to the seat of honor, swung his robes back and sat down. The maidservant served tea and respectfully withdrew. Yang Kai picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then his eyebrows jumped, and he revealed a surprised expression before he began to drink. Hua Qingxi opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but Yang Kai signaled her with his eyes, and she closed her mouth. Yang Kai didn't speak, and Hyoji also remained silent. In the entire hall, only the sound of Yang Kai drinking tea could be heard. After waiting for a long time, Hyoji coldly looked at Yang Kai for a long time and said, "Palace Master Yang." "Great Chief Steward." Yang Kai looked up at Hua Qingxi and played with the teacup in his hand. "What is this tea? Is Palace Master not used to it?" Hua Qingxi didn't know what Yang Kai meant, but since he asked, she could only answer, "It's okay. Where did you buy this tea?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. Hua Qingxi smiled and said, "We didn't buy them. They were planted by our High Firmament Palace. There are a few acres of variant tea trees on Jade Peak, and they were probably planted by someone from Seeking Passion sect. Madame Ning Chong was very fond of them when she saw them, so she personally took care of these variant tea trees. The tea leaves collected were refined by her." "Did Ning Chong plant them?" Yang Kai was a little surprised. Hua Qingxi nodded and said, "Yes, Madam said they could be used to entertain guests." "Entertain what guests?" Yang Kai felt distressed. "Send the rest of the tea leaves to High Heaven Peak. In the future, use other tea leaves to entertain guests." As he spoke, he glanced at the teacup in front of Hyoji and calculated in his heart how many cups of tea he had drunk. The more he thought about it, the more distressed he felt, and the muscles on his face twisted slightly. "Yes." Hua Qingxi bowed her head and responded. Hyoji was furious. He had come here and waited for Yang Kai for 4 days before seeing him, and now he couldn't even bear to let him have a sip of tea? In anger, he picked up the teacup and drank it all. Putting the teacup on the table with a heavy thud, Hyoji spoke for the second time. "Palace Master Yang. That's right, in the years that I wasn't here, did anything big happen in the palace?" Yang Kai seemed to be completely against Hyoji, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he would immediately interrupt him. Hua Qingxi lowered her eyes, replying to Palace Master, "After you left, the great emperors ordered the High Heaven Palace to seal off the mountain. In the past few years, the palace has not had any contact with the outside world, and has only been responsible for refining pills and tools. There hasn't been anything big." "That's good." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "That's good. Palace Master Yang." Hyoji was already gnashing his teeth. Yang Kai looked at Hua Qingxi again, and just as he opened his mouth, Hyoji suddenly stood up and slammed his palm on the table. With a bang, the table shattered, and the several jade slips that recorded the information of the 20,000 disciples also exploded into powder. "Yang Kai." Hyoji said each word clearly, the veins on his forehead bulging. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. "Brother Yao, why are you so angry? Is there anything that Towering Palace has done wrong in our hospitality?" He turned his head and said to Hua Qingxi, "Head Chief, Brother Yao came to my High Heaven Palace, so you should treat him well. Did you neglect him in any way? Look at him now, you've angered Brother Yao. What a scandal." Hua Qingxi lowered her head, not knowing how to answer. If she were in Hyoji's shoes, she probably wouldn't treat him well either. She just couldn't understand why Yang Kai was doing this. If it was said that the delay of 4 days before was pardonable, it was because the palace master and the madams were inseparable from each other. But now it was somewhat wrong to ignore them several times. Was it a show of strength? But there was no need for that. Seeing that Yang Kai was pretending to be confused, Hyoji was so angry that he laughed. "Good, very good. Yang Kai, 7 days ago we had a bet, and I lost, so I have nothing to say. You wanted me to be the commander of the GZ army, and I kept my word. You ignored me for 4 days, and I endured it. But if you still have this attitude today, then don't blame me for turning hostile." Yang Kai asked curiously, "Brother Yao, did you just say that you came here to take up the position of commander of the GZ army?" Hyoji frowned and subconsciously glanced at Hua Qingxi. He thought that Hua Qingxi had made the decision on her own without informing Yang Kai, so he couldn't help but ask, "Did you not know about this?" Yang Kai smiled. "The head chief reported this to me, so how could I not know?" Hyoji was furious. "If you already know, then why ask?" Yang Kai pointed at his own nose. "Then does Brother Yao know what my current position is?" Hyoji said coldly, "The great emperors have decreed that the palace master of the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai, will be the commander of the GZ army. This matter has already been passed through the 7 Mist Sea and spread to all the armies. Yang Kai nodded. You will be the commander of the GZ army, and I will be the commander of the GZ army. As he spoke, the smile on Yang Kai's face slowly disappeared, and he slowly straightened his back. The aura of a high-tier demon king surged, and his figure seemed to have grown much taller. His voice was solemn as he said, Since you know these two things, and have you ever treated yourself as a member of the GZ army, why should I care about you when you don't know your own limits? Hua Qingxi, who had her head lowered all this time, suddenly understood. No wonder Yang Kai had always ignored Hyoji, and even deliberately changed the topic a few times to ignore him. It turned out that it was a matter of attitude. However, Yang Kai wasn't wrong. Hyoji coming to the GZ army as the commander would only bring benefits to the GZ army. However, if he didn't treat himself as a member of the GZ army, then he wouldn't be able to consider the GZ army at all times. Yang Kai was indeed trying to show off his power, but it wasn't to establish his prestige, nor was it to humiliate him. It was just to change Hyoji's attitude and position. Hyoji said angrily, If I didn't treat myself as a member of the GZ army, then I wouldn't be standing here right now, and I wouldn't be humiliated by you. Yang Kai shook his head. No one is humiliating you. You're standing here right now, and you're talking to me as the son of the great emperors, not as the commander of the GZ army. If you don't understand this, then you can go back to where you came from. The GZ army doesn't need you. Chapter 36-28. As soon as he said this, Hyoji's eyelids twitched. His emperor's chi surged, creating a gale that swept through the hall. His entire aura became extremely dangerous. He was truly furious. He couldn't help but feel like he had been snubbed. Hua Qingxi had said before that it was Yang Kai who wanted him to become the commander of the GZ army. He had reluctantly agreed, and came to the High Heaven Palace to discuss the army's plans with Yang Kai. However, he didn't expect to receive such a response. Return to where he came from? Where else could he go? He was originally the deputy commander of another army. He had spent a few days resigning from this position after returning to the Seven Mist Sea and handing over various tasks to the new commander. Now the entire Seven Mist Sea knew that he was going to become the commander of the GZ army. Many people congratulated him for this. Although the deputy commander's authority wasn't small, how could it compare to the commander, who had millions of people under him? This was already a promotion. At this time, Yang Kai actually told him to return to where he came from. If he really went back and someone asked, would he have to tell them that he was chased away by the commander of the GZ army? He couldn't afford to lose face like this. The Serene Soul Palace and the great emperors of Serene Soul couldn't afford to lose face like this. If Hyoji still had a choice 7 days ago, then he had no way out now. It wasn't that he had blocked his path of retreat, but that he didn't expect Yang Kai to have such an attitude. He was clearly desperate for talent before, but now he was abandoning him like a worn-out shoe. Was this still a fucking human? Hyoji felt like he had been played. However, his path of retreat was cut off. No matter how angry Hyoji was, he didn't immediately explode. He only asked coldly, What do you want? Yang Kai's expression was calm as he said indifferently, It's not me who wants to do anything. It's Brother Yao who needs to recognize his position and identity. Hyoji closed his eyes and took a deep breath. As he inhaled and exhaled, the air in the hall became restless. Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing were secretly on edge. They were afraid that the two of them would fight again. They weren't worried that Yang Kai would suffer any losses, but if they really did, the GZ army would completely miss out on Hyoji. Fortunately, although Yao Si was arrogant and unruly, his temperament and cultivation were quite good. He knew when to be angry and when to endure, so there was no need for others to teach him. A moment later, when he opened his eyes, he cupped his fists to Yang Kai, tilted his head to the side, and quickly said, Yao Si greets Sir Corps Commander. That was truly an accusation that was filled with blood and tears as he gritted his teeth, his voice filled with grief and indignation. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai laughed loudly and suddenly appeared in front of Hyoji. He grabbed his arm and warmly said, Yao Zhangjun is too polite, too polite. In the future, We will all be one family. We should support each other and take care of each other. There's no need to be so polite. His attitude suddenly underwent a huge change. If someone who didn't know the situation saw this, they would probably think that Yang Kai and Hyoji had a very good relationship. Hua Qingxi couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. At this point, she finally understood Yang Kai's intentions. Palace Master had emphasized his position and identity twice, all for the sake of this title of army commander. After all, after seeing Yang Kai today, Hyoji kept calling him Palace Master Yang. Under normal circumstances, this kind of address wouldn't have mattered. But it couldn't be done now. Yang Kai was the GZ Army's army commander, while Hyoji was the GZ Army's commander. This was the relationship between superior and subordinate. Military law was majestic, and military orders were like mountains. No matter what, Hyoji had to call Yang Kai master. This was the only way to prove that Hyoji saw himself as a member of the GZ Army. He clearly understood his position and identity, and not the high and mighty son of great emperors. This was why Yang Kai's attitude changed. Hyoji's face twitched as his arm was held by Yang Kai. His eyes were spitting fire. However, Yang Kai acted as if he didn't feel anything. He said to Hua Qingxi, "Come bring some wine. Today Commander Yao is the GZ Army's new position. This army commander wants to drink with Commander Yao to our heart's content." Before Hua Qingxi could respond, Hyoji shouted, "Let's see who dares to bring wine." How could he be in the mood to drink with his stomach full of anger? Even if he wanted to drink, he couldn't drink with Yang Kai. Hyoji was willing to call Yang Kai master because of the great emperor's orders. However, even the army commander couldn't interfere with his personal matters. Hua Qingxi was about to go get the wine, but now that she heard this, she found it difficult to do so. She could only look at Yang Kai and ask for his opinion. Yang Kai smiled. "If Commander Yao doesn't want to drink, then we won't drink. Let's sit down and talk. In the future, the army will rely on Commander Yao for many things. Although you and I have known each other for a long time, we aren't familiar with each other yet. Just nice." "Sir," Hyoji shook off his hand and said with a cold expression, "I didn't come here to drink with you. Secondly, I didn't come here to chat with you. If Master wants to drink and chat, it's better for you to go to someone else. I don't have time to accompany you." When he first called Commander Master, his expression was difficult, and he was obviously reluctant. However, after that it was much smoother. Yang Kai was shaken off by him. He coughed lightly and nodded with a serious expression. "The great emperors ordered me to create and prepare the GZ Army. Although it's great kindness, it's also a burden and responsibility for me. The great emperor's expectations are deeply felt by me, and I don't dare to disappoint them. Today, with the help of Commander Yao, I'm like a tiger that has grown wings. The war in the Western Territory is anxious, and time waits for no one. Since Commander Yao is here today, let's discuss in detail the formation of the army." Hyoji's eyes twitched, but he saw that Yang Kai had already sat down. Taking a deep breath, Hyoji suppressed the anger in his heart and sat down as well. Hua Qingxi quietly ordered a maid to serve new tea, but it was not the same tea as before. The chief steward carried out Yang Kai's orders meticulously. Since he said that he was to send the tea leaves to Lingxiao Peak, he naturally had to do it. "Master, I know that you've been in the demon territory for the past few years, and know very little about the matters of the star boundary. May I ask, Master, do you know about the structure of the army?" Hyoji did not beat around the bush, and went straight to the point. When it came to business, Yang Kai's expression became much more serious. "I know a thing or two. Here in the star boundary, we imitate the demon territory, and set up 54 legions. Each legion has a legion commander and 10 towns under their jurisdiction. Each town has 10 people, each camp 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 has 10 guards, each guard has 10 teams, each layer has a clear hierarchy." Seeing that he was not completely ignorant, Hyoji nodded lightly and said, "Yang Gong, Master is right, this is the basic structure of each legion. As for the specific details, there may be some differences between each legion, But in general, there is not much difference. Then Master, do you know who can hold the position of head town and camp commander? Yang Kai smiled and said, isn't it based on cultivation? Hyoji said, in the early stages, it depends on cultivation, in the later stages it depends on battle achievements. Battle achievements? Yang Kai raised his brow. Hyoji nodded and said, with enough battle achievements, soldiers will be promoted to generals, and generals will be promoted to commanders. If they are mediocre, it is not strange for commanders to be demoted, and generals to be demoted. After saying this, he had a proud look on his face. Yang Kai did not quite understand why he was so proud at first, but soon realized and said with a smile, I heard that Yao Zhongjun was previously a vice-legion commander in a certain legion. I am very curious. What position did Yao Zhongjun hold when he first joined? Vice-legion commander. As if he was tickled by Yang Kai, Hyoji's expression became even more arrogant, but there was a hint of pride in his eyes. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and the son of great emperors, so it was reasonable for him to be a vice-legion commander after joining the army. What's more, his battle achievements over the past few years have been outstanding, and he had been promoted from vice-legion commander to general, and then to vice-legion commander. It could be said that he had been promoted step by step. Amazing! Yang Kai praised. In any case, words of praise were not cheap, and since Hyoji liked to hear it, he could just say more. Hyoji did not linger on this topic any longer, and his expression became solemn again. But Master is right. At the beginning of the army's establishment, no one has any battle achievements, so it is true that positions are appointed based on cultivation. However, the position of camp commander must be held by someone from the Emperor realm, and the higher the cultivation the better. The position of martial guard must be at least a Dao Source realm cultivator. As for captain, the requirements can be lowered. A third-order origin king should be enough. Yang Kai nodded and said, Army Commander Yao has experience in this matter, so I will listen to Army Commander Yao. Hyoji felt much better after hearing him say this. He glanced at him and said, but here's the problem. Our GZ army doesn't have enough people to hold the positions of camp commander and vice-legion commander. Yang Kai raised his brow. That is to say, we don't have many people from the Emperor realm. Yes, in High Heaven Palace, including Master, there are 14 people from the Emperor realm, but 13 of them are first-order emperors. With such cultivation, they can only hold the position of camp commander, and it is impossible for them to be promoted further. 14 people? Which 14? Yang Kai asked curiously. He did not know that there were 14 people from the Emperor realm in High Heaven Palace. Hyoji opened his mouth and said, Zhu Qing Su Yen, Hua Qing Si, Bian Yu Qing Gui Zhu, Aio Chi Yu Chai Hu Gut Song Yun, Yi Hen, Ruan Bai Ting, Southern Gate Army and Ho Yu. These 13 people, together with Master, make up 14 people. Yang Kai looked at Hua Qing Si, and Hua Qing Si gently nodded, indicating that Hyoji was right. Hyoji could understand this, because Hua Qing Si had sorted out the information beforehand. There are 14 people from the Emperor realm. Yang Kai chuckled. Among them, Yi Hen was the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, and also Yi Jinghan's father. He had advanced to the Emperor realm a few years ago, and Su Yan had also made a breakthrough in the past few years. Wan Baiting was Su Yan's master in the Red Cloud sect in the ancestral territory. Her aptitude was not bad, and when Yang Kai brought her over from the ancestral territory, she was already in the third-order Dao Source realm. However, due to the restrictions of the world principles, she was unable to break through. After coming to the High Heaven Palace, it was natural for her to advance. There are only 12 people. Hyoji could not bear to see Yang Kai's smug expression and immediately said, that Southern Gate Army and Hoyu are not included. These two people are not allowed to enter the battlefield unless it is absolutely necessary. An Emperor Array Master and an Emperor Artifact Master were both extraordinary talents. Who would be willing to let them enter the battlefield to fight the demon race? Chapter 36-29. 12 people? Good. Yang Kai laughed happily. He thought back to when he first entered the star boundary and saw the masters of the Emperor realm. He was shocked. But in just a few short decades, the High Heaven Palace he created already had more than a dozen masters from the Emperor realm. Moreover, these people were basically all cultivated by his own sect. The heritage of such a large sect was slowly showing. It had only been a few decades, but what if it took hundreds or thousands of years? Only such a sect would live up to its reputation as a top sect. Therefore, Yang Kai was laughing very happily. After laughing, he said, "Since there are so many masters from the Emperor realm, then there's no need to worry about the position of camp commander." Hyoji sneered. Could it be that Master wants to appoint all the camp commanders of the GZ army as members of the High Heaven Palace? What's wrong with that? Yang Kai asked. Hyoji said, if the High Heaven Palace could support the entire GZ army, then there's nothing wrong with that. But the current situation is that the High Heaven Palace can't support it, so the GZ army has to recruit people from the outside. Since we need to recruit people, we naturally need suitable positions for them. If the position of camp commander is assigned to the High Heaven Palace, then how will the other First Order Emperor Realm Masters join us? Isn't there still a deputy camp commander? Yang Kai smiled. Also under the camp commander there are still martial guards. Then the position of left guard can also be held by a First Order Emperor Realm Master, right? Han Jingqing, who they met on the way back, was a left guard. He was also a First Order Emperor Realm Master. But that was just a part of the Bingtian army. The Bingtian army was so rich that they used the Emperor Realm as their left guard. There was no reason for the GZ army to be inferior to them. Hyoji shook his head and said, although that's the case, it's still inappropriate. Doing so will give outsiders the misconception that the GZ army is the High Heaven Palace's army. The GZ army belongs to the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai interrupted. Hyoji stared at him with his mouth open. Yang Kai continued, I want this king to issue a military order, so that the army will not dare to disobey. I want the entire GZ army to be united as one. I don't want any noise inside or outside the army. Hyoji said anxiously, Master, you're right to think that way. But if we implement it according to your idea, Yang Kai grinned. I know it's difficult. Aren't you in charge of the army? Hyoji was a little dumbfounded. He suddenly realized that the GZ army wasn't a good job. He had accepted a hot potato. And the most hateful thing was that he couldn't get rid of it even if he wanted to. Seeing Yang Kai's firm attitude, Hyoji slowly shook his head and changed the topic. Let's put aside the matter of the camp commander for now. I want to talk to Master about the position of chief. According to Master's idea, the position of chief needs to be held by someone from the High Heaven Palace. Does the High Heaven Palace have that many second or third order Emperor Realm Masters? Naturally they didn't. He knew how many people from the High Heaven Palace were in the Emperor Realm. He asked this to make Yang Kai back off. Didn't you want to put all the important positions in the High Heaven Palace? If you don't even have enough people in the chief, how are you going to do that? The High Heaven Palace doesn't have them, but I can find them. Yang Kai smiled slightly. How about this? I'll make a list later. I'll have to trouble Army Commander Yao to go to the Seven Fog Sea and find Army Commander Li to ask for them. Hyoji's face twitched, and he said in a deep voice, Poaching people? Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped him. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. Hyoji said, It's better for Army Commander Master to personally deal with this matter. Yang Kai wanted to poach some masters to be the chief of the GZ army. But how could such people be unknown in the various armies? They were definitely the chief of a certain army. This was basically poaching people. Hyoji wasn't afraid of offending people, but it was better to avoid doing it if he could. Yang Kai chuckled. Having Army Commander Yao is enough. I still have other important matters to attend to. I really don't have the time. Army Commander Yao will have to put in more effort in establishing the GZ army. Hyoji wasn't willing to accept this. He chattered with Yang Kai for a while. In any case, he didn't want to accept this task. In the end, Yang Kai helplessly said, How about this? Army Commander Yao will deal with this matter first. If it really doesn't work out, I'll personally deal with it. After saying this, he didn't wait for Hyoji's response. He patted his shoulder and said, "That's all. I still have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." As he spoke, his figure suddenly turned illusory and blurred, disappearing without a trace. "Master!" Hyoji stood up and shouted, but how could he get any response? Yang Kai had long since disappeared. He was so angry that his face turned ashen. He had come here to discuss the establishment of the GZ army with Yang Kai. However, as soon as they started talking, Yang Kai, as the army commander, actually ran away. He still had many things to say. Hua Qingxi was still in the hall. When she saw Hyoji's flustered and exasperated appearance, she couldn't help but smile apologetically. "Army Commander Yao, please calm down." Army Commander Yao was furious. Hua Qingxi hurriedly said, "This should be what the palace master left for Army Commander Yao." She pointed at something on the table. It was a jade slip. Hyoji didn't know when Yang Kai had left it behind. He coldly snorted and took a look at the jade slip. He saw a row of names inside. Xie Wuwei, Yingfei Shilei, Hufei Dumi Qilian Fuling Li Jiao Mi Qi. Hyoji's face was still cold and angry. However, after seeing the names on the list, the coldness on his face slowly melted. In the end, he actually smiled and reached out to hold the jade slip, as if he was holding something important. When he heard Yang Kai say that he was going to poach someone else, he instinctively felt that it was an annoying task. Moreover, how could the other army commanders let someone go so easily? If they didn't let someone go, then he, as the army commander, would have to argue with the other party. But now, it seemed that although this task was still annoying, it wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. At the very least, Xie Wuwei, Yingfei Shilei, Hufei, Dumi and Qi Lian, these 6 monster kings, had a close relationship with the High Heaven Palace. The savage wildland also had a very good relationship with Yang Kai. Now these monster kings were all under the command of the 3 saint sages. If he went to ask for someone under Yang Kai's order, the Luan Feng and the others wouldn't refuse. As for Fu Ling, there was no need to talk about her. She was a member of the dragon race. Ordinary army commanders couldn't control her at all. Therefore, she had always been under Li Wui's Jiazi army. Together with the elites she had brought from Dragon Island, Li Wui had organized them into an invincible fierce wind army. With the relationship between Yang Kai and Dragon Island, Fu Ling would definitely be willing to join the Jiazi army. Poaching Fu Ling was equivalent to poaching the entire elite team from Dragon Island. That was over 10,000 people. Among them, there were dozens of powerful reinforcements from the Emperor realm. It could be said that Fu Ling's name didn't only represent herself, but also a part of Dragon Island's strength. There was also Li Jiao and Mi Qi. These 2 were the sect masters of the top sects in the Northern Territory. They definitely had disciples from their own sects under them. Poaching the 2 of them over was equivalent to poaching the people from Fire Dragon Palace and High Sky Sect. It had long been rumored that the sects in the Northern Territory only followed the lead of High Heaven Palace. Now that Yang Kai's Jiazi army needed manpower, Li Jiao and Mi Qi definitely wouldn't refuse. With so many Third Great Emperor Realm cultivators and Zhu Qing, the position of commander was more than enough. And once the positions of the chief commander and camp commander were properly assigned, it would be much easier for them to set up the base, because the positions did not require them to be too powerful. Towering Palace could be completely self-sufficient. The Jiazi army could really become the army of High Heaven Palace. This wasn't a bad thing. Admittedly, it would have some influence on the people who joined, but this way, the cohesion of the Jiazi army would be extremely terrifying. No other army could compare to it. After understanding this point, Yao Zhangjun couldn't be bothered to argue with Yang Kai anymore. He put away the jade strip and walked out of the hall with his hands behind his back. He was contemplating whether he should first return to the 7 Mist Sea and ask Li Wui for people, or go to the army that those people were in and inform them of Yang Kai's intentions. In the end, he decided to go to the 7 Mist Sea and greet Li Wui first. In the army, the transfer of personnel required Li Wui's approval. If he wanted to poach someone's commander and deputy commander, It wouldn't be right if he didn't give Li Wui a heads up first. When he arrived at the space array, Hyoji suddenly realized something. He had clearly accepted the position of commander unwillingly. So why was he so excited to help Yang Kai do things? After thinking about it, he felt that he wasn't happy because of Yang Kai, but because of the bright future of the Jiazi army. While Yao Zhongjun was running around the Seven Mist Sea to poach people from the various army bases, Yang Kai was leading his wives to the High Heaven Palace to greet the various elders. He had already made his intentions clear, so it wouldn't be right if he didn't greet them now. However, he didn't waste any time. He went from one spirit peak to another and visited them one by one. In the end, he went to the residence of Fourth Master Yang and Dong Suju. After spending a few days with his parents, the two of them were naturally happy. But Kai Yang was able to detect that under his mother's laughter, there was a hint of worry and anxiety. It couldn't be helped. There was still no news of Yang Shui. Back then, Yang Kai brought Yang Xiao and Cheongqi back from Dragon Island. He didn't think that the brat Yang Xiao would run away with Cheongqi while he was away. Not only did he run away, he even took Yang Shui with him. Lu Yan didn't feel at ease, and also followed to protect them. In the end, the four of them entered the Four Seasons realm together. Until now there was no news of them. Although she knew that Yang Shui would be fine with Lu Yan's protection, her daughter was her own flesh and blood. As a mother, how could she not miss her? What's more, how old was Yang Shui? She was only 7 or 8 years old when she left, and had just started cultivating. The Four Seasons realm was the training ground of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. Even with Cheongqi and Lu Yan's protection, who knew what would happen inside? Every time he thought of this matter, Yang Kai was furious. Yang Xiao, that brat, was asking for a beating. It was fine if he went alone, but he even took Yang Shui with him. According to Zhu Qing, Dragon Island already knew about this matter. For this matter, the second elder Fu Xiu specially came to the High Heaven Palace to inquire about the situation. He even went to the Four Seasons realm in the Southern Territory to investigate for half a year. But he didn't find any clues. Before he left, he told Zhu Qing that Yang Kai should immediately go to Dragon Island to see her. Chapter 3630. Yang Xiao was indeed hatched by Yang Kai, and was adopted by Yang Kai. He even gave himself the name Soaring to the Heavens, but in the end, he was still the son of Fu Dun and Zhu Yin, and the bloodline of the dragon race flowed in his body. When Yang Xiao was still in the dragon egg, he couldn't hatch because of congenital deficiency. Originally, according to the rules of the dragon race, he was to be placed in the dragon tomb. But Fu Dun was eager to love his son, and secretly hid him on an isolated island. As a result, he was hatched by Yang Kai and was born. Fu Dun doted on Yang Xiao to the extreme, and couldn't wait to pour her heart and soul into Yang Xiao. If Yang Xiao hadn't pretended to have an impure bloodline, it would have been impossible for him to leave Dragon Island with Yang Kai. She took her son away, but failed to take good care of him. Now that he had entered the Four Seasons realm, there was no news of him. Fu Dun was naturally annoyed. When she got the news, she even prepared to kill her way to the demon territory to settle accounts with Yang Kai. Fortunately, the martial beast Mo Huang stopped her, otherwise, she might have really done it. She didn't manage to go to the demon territory, so she wanted Yang Kai to give her an explanation. The main reason why Zhu Qing appeared in the High Heaven Palace was that Fu Dun left her behind to send a message to Yang Kai. Yang Kai also had a headache. How could he go to Dragon Island to give her an explanation? If he really went to Dragon Island at this time, he would be beaten up by Fu Dun. The second elder had never been reasonable. But then again, whether it was for Yang Xiao, that stinky brat, or for his little sister Yang Shui, Yang Kai had to go to the Four Seasons realm to investigate. But Yang Kai really couldn't have much hope in this matter. Fu Dun had investigated for half a year and found no clues, so it would be useless for him to go. In order to comfort his parents, Yang Kai had to go. In addition, he still had to go to the Star Soul Palace, so the trip to the Southern Territory was imperative. But before that, he still had another place to investigate. It wasn't just Yao Xi's excuse. It was a fact that he had many things to do. 10 days after returning to the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai stepped back into the space array under the gazes of Su Yan and the others. With a thought, a dazzling white light from the space array shrouded him. When the light dissipated, Yang Kai was gone. When he reappeared, he was in a treehouse. Eastern Territory, Ancients' Wild Ancient Lands. This was the dwelling place of the Stone Puppet Clan, and this treehouse was a small treehouse. Yang Kai had left a space array here back then, so naturally it would appear here now. Walking out of the treehouse, Yang Kai didn't see a single living creature. The Stone Mongoose Clan and their symbiotic Wood Spirit Clan were on the battlefield in the Western Territory, fighting against the demon race. This place had been devoid of life for several years, but the spirit fruits and spirit herbs planted by the Wood Spirit Clan were growing well. Yang Kai casually plucked a red fruit and ate it as he flew up into the sky. Wherever he passed, there was little life. The Wild Ancient Lands was a remote place, but after the outbreak of the War of the Two Worlds, most of the monster race here had followed the Luan Feng and the others to the battlefield, leaving behind only the old, the weak and the sick. Compared to when he first came to the Wild Ancient Lands, this place was much lonelier. Yang Kai wanted to go to the Blood Door, Tianxing Palace, and the Divine Spirit Palace. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had entered the Four Seasons realm, and there was no news of them. Zhang Ruoxi and Xiao Xiao had also entered the Blood Door, and there was no news of them. Zhang Ruoxi and Xiao Xiao had been in the Blood Door for more than 10 years. It was said that many divine spirit sources were sealed in the Divine Spirit Palace, and if they could be opened soon, many monster race clans in the Wild Ancient Lands might benefit. The reason why Shi Lei and the others were willing to follow Yang Kai was because of the opportunities in the Divine Spirit Palace. Yang Kai's strength had greatly increased, and his speed had become much faster. In just half an hour, he had arrived at the Blood Door. There was nothing on a bare mountain peak. If he hadn't known that the Blood Door was here, Yang Kai wouldn't have paid too much attention to it. However, Zhang Ruoxi and Xiao Xiao had indeed entered the Divine Spirit Palace from this place. A great battle had broken out in the surrounding valleys. The Divine Spirit Stone Fire had been killed by Zhang Ruoxi with a single move, and had extracted its Divine Spirit source, benefiting the embodiment. Not seeing the Blood Door, Yang Kai wasn't too disappointed. After all, if the Blood Door had really reopened, it would have been impossible for all sides of the star boundary to not receive any news. He just came here to take a look and confirm. Two strange sounds rang out, and Yang Kai turned his head to look. What he saw was a person hanging upside down under the trunk of a big tree, with his arms crossed and one foot hooked on the trunk, seemingly sleeping. Yang Kai had noticed when he arrived that this was a monster general, but he didn't pay any attention to him. However, this monster general's perception wasn't weak, and he noticed something while sleeping. When he opened his eyes, he met Yang Kai's eyes. When their eyes met, the monster general was startled for a moment, then immediately cried out and accidentally fell to the ground from the trunk. He hurriedly stood up and ran over, nodding and bowing. This lowly one greets Lord Yang. Lord Yang, may you live a long life and be in good health forever. Goo goo. Yang Kai looked at him and saw that this monster general had a square head, a pair of sword-like eyebrows, a small nose and a sharp mouth like a bird's beak. Smiling slightly, Yang Kai asked, "Do you know me?" The monster general nodded hurriedly. "Who in the ancient lands doesn't know you?" Back then, this lowly one was a servant of Master Flying Eagle, and saw you killing everywhere, majestic and awe-inspiring. Goo goo. What race are you from? Yang Kai asked curiously. The monster general said, "This lowly one is an owl that gained intelligence and became a monster. However, something went wrong with my cultivation back then, and this transformation technique isn't perfect. I've made a fool of myself in front of Master." No wonder he looked a little strange. Normally, there wouldn't be any flaws when a monster general transformed into a human form, but this one in front of Yang Kai had very obvious demonic characteristics. An owl that gained intelligence and became a monster, and he did look like one. "What are you doing here?" Yang Kai asked. The monster general replied respectfully, I'm following my king's orders to guard the blood door. Oh right, my king said that this was an order from the holy masters. You're the only one here? Just me, Gugu. Yongkai glanced at his lower body. How did you get injured? The monster general replied proudly. I was fighting with the demon race in the West Territory. This lowly one killed him, and he cut off one of my legs. The blood flowed all over the ground, and it was very painful. However, this lowly one was lucky and kept my life. A leg in exchange for his life. It wasn't a loss at all. This lowly one still wanted to kill him, and this lowly one still had a leg that could be exchanged for the life of a demon race. However, my king asked me to come back and guard the blood door. So this lowly one came back. Yongkai opened his mouth. He didn't expect there to be so many things related to the broken leg. He raised his hand and patted the monster general's shoulder. Good job. The demon general immediately revealed a flattered expression. He didn't know what to say. His eyes were red and filled with tears. Yongkai said solemnly, fighting on the battlefield is what men like us should do. But the matter of the blood door is also very important. Guard this place well. And if there are any abnormalities, immediately send a message to inform your great king and the holy senior. Yes, you can rest assured. This lowly one will stay here and not go anywhere. The monster general straightened his back and patted his chest to assure him. All right, I'm just here to take a look. Yongkai nodded to him before turning around and walking back the way he came. After 2 steps, his figure gradually blurred and disappeared, leaving the monster general dumbfounded. After a while, he suddenly remembered and cupped his fist. This lowly one will see you off, master. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt something strange on his hand. He opened his palm and saw a space ring. Yongkai didn't know when a space ring had appeared on his hand, but after releasing his divine sense to investigate it, he suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Inside the space ring, there were thousands of monster beasts' monster cores, all of which were extremely extraordinary. Although there was no 12th order monster beast's monster core, it was exactly what he needed. How could he not know that this was a reward from Yongkai? He knelt down and kowtowed in the direction Yongkai left, constantly thanking him. Another hour later, Yongkai appeared in Star Soul Palace in the Southern Territory. Even if he didn't dare face them, he still had to come to Star Soul Palace. The great emperors Mingyu Fa2 had been welcomed back to Star Soul Palace by Lei Hong. Yongkai came here to send the great emperors off and apologized to Lan Sun in person. Before coming here, Yongkai had mentally prepared himself. Even if Lan Sun scolded him or hit him, he wouldn't resist. After all, Mingyu did die at his hands. He had even imagined that Star Soul Palace wouldn't welcome him. But when Yongkai really set foot in Star Soul Palace, he never expected that the mainstay of the Southern Territory, the sect of the Great Emperors, would experience such great turmoil. The space array was empty, and there was not a single Star Soul Palace disciple guarding it. Not only that, but outside the main hall, a brilliant 5-colored light flowed like a river. Between the heavens and earth, the world energy was restless, and an extremely dangerous aura was fluctuating from somewhere in Star Soul Palace, as if it could collapse this world at any time. Yongkai was shocked and rushed out of the hall, but when he looked up, his eyes suddenly shrank. Star Soul Palace hadn't been invaded by an external enemy. Even though Mingyu had died, how could the sect of the Great Emperors be shaken so casually? The reason for this change was that Star Soul Palace was suffering from internal problems. What Yongkai saw was a huge 5-colored treasure pagoda suspended midair, and the flowing 5-colored light was overflowing from this pagoda. This pagoda was Star Soul Palace's most precious treasure, and Yongkai had entered it to gain experience in the past. There were many mysteries contained within it, and the High Heaven Palace's 1,000 illusionary dream realm was obtained from this 5-colored treasure pagoda. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was divided into 5 levels, and each level contained a boundless world. It was extremely mysterious. This treasure was also an ancient exotic treasure, and was extremely precious. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was the reason why Star Soul Palace had such a vast heritage. At this moment, the floating pagoda was trembling, and Yang Kai could see a number of people around the pagoda with solemn expressions, desperately forming seals to maintain its stability. Lei Hong, Shuezheng Mao, and Xiao Yuyang, the three great elders, had all appeared, along with a dozen or so others from the Emperor realm assisting them. There were also countless Dao Source realm cultivators gathered around the pagoda, but at this moment, all of them were pale and sweating profusely. Chapter 36-31. Although Yang Kai didn't know what had happened to the five-colored treasure pagoda, it was obvious that the situation was not good. His figure flickered as he arrived beside Lei Hong, his demonic qi surging madly as he slapped his palms towards the pagoda in an attempt to help maintain its stability. Unexpectedly, when he tried to release his demonic qi, he couldn't enter the pagoda at all and was repelled by the five-colored light. Yang Kai wasn't a disciple of Star Soul Palace and hadn't cultivated the orthodox secret arts of Star Soul Palace, so the five-colored treasure pagoda didn't accept his strength at all. Suddenly, demonic qi surged, causing the expressions of all the masters from Star Soul Palace to change drastically, thinking that the demon Heavenly Tao had invaded their sect. But after seeing that it was Yang Kai, they finally calmed down. Xiao Yuyang and Shuezheng Mao nodded slightly to Yang Kai before focusing on maintaining the stability of the pagoda. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Lei Hong. "Great Elder, what happened?" Lei Hong's expression was solemn. As his hands formed seals, he replied, "Her Royal Highness entered the Yin Yang Pagoda to refine this treasure. Now it seems that something has happened. The Yin Yang Pagoda wants to break through the void and leave." Yang Kai was shocked. The tower's abnormality was caused by junior sister Lan? Only now did he know that this five-colored treasure pagoda was called the Universe Tower. Before this, he didn't know the true name of this treasure. Lei Hong nodded solemnly, "Yes." Yang Kai angrily said, "Why didn't you stop her?" The Universe Tower was an ancient exotic treasure that had existed since the founding of Star Soul Palace. The great emperors Mingyu had personally refined it and made it the ultimate treasure of the palace. When the great emperors Mingyu were alive, Star Soul Palace's supreme majesty was unshakable. But now that the great emperors Mingyu were gone, Lan Sun, as the only descendant of Mingyu, naturally had to shoulder the heavy burden of revitalizing Star Soul Palace. Her current cultivation wasn't very high, only the First Order Emperor realm, so she could only rely on treasures. In the Star Soul Palace, the only thing she could rely on was the Universe Tower. If she could refine the Universe Tower, even if the Bright Moon Great Emperors were no longer around, Star Soul Palace would still be able to maintain its former glory. If she could refine the Universe Tower, even if Lan Sun was only a First Order Emperor Realm Master, her strength would increase greatly. She had inherited the Bright Moon body of the Great Emperor's Bright Moon, so she had inherited her father's Bright Moon body. She was the only one who could refine the Universe Tower. But she was too anxious. What kind of treasure was the Universe Pagoda? Not to mention a trivial First Order Emperor Realm Master. Even a fake emperor might not be able to refine it, which was why it had caused such a huge commotion. She snuck in. Lei Hong gritted his teeth. If he knew Lan Sun's plan, how could he not stop her? The great emperors were dead, so Lan Sun was the last hope and pillar of Star Soul Palace. More than 10 days ago, he brought the Bright Moon Fa Shed back from the Seven Mist Sea. Everyone in Star Soul Palace mourned. In front of the great emperor's mourning hall, from the elders to the disciples, all wore mourning clothes. Lan Sun knelt for several days motionless. 3 days ago, she suddenly stood up. Everyone asked her where she was going, but she didn't answer. Although Xiao Chen followed her, he was knocked to the ground by Lan Sun in a moment of carelessness. When he came back to his senses, Lan Sun had already rushed into the Universe Tower. She should have obtained a special seal left behind by the great emperor's Bright Moon. As soon as she entered, the entire Universe Tower was sealed, and all the disciples who were still inside were thrown out. No one else could enter. After that, the Universe Tower became turbulent, and the five-colored light flowed out, forming the current state in front of them. Hearing Lei Hong's explanation, Yang Kai's face became heavy. He knew that he couldn't blame others for this. If Lan Sun insisted on doing this, no one could stop her. Palace Master Yang, save Junior Sister. Please save Junior Sister. Xiao Chun, who was not far away, turned his head at this moment and looked at Yang Kai with a pleading expression. This guy and Yang Kai had always been at loggerheads. In the past, whenever they met, he had never given Yang Kai any face. What's more, as the son of Xiao Yang, he thought highly of himself and felt that there was no other outstanding talent in the world besides him, Xiao Chun. At this moment, this outstanding talent's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was pale. Obviously, he had exhausted too much strength and failed to look after Lan Sun, allowing her to sneak into the Universe Tower. Xiao Chen's heart was filled with self-blame, and at this moment he was desperate. Yang Kai glanced at him and gently nodded. I'll do my best. Turning his head, he asked Lei Hong, is there really no one who can go in? Lei Hong slowly shook his head. No one can. Will the great emperors know about this? Now that there was a space crossing array, it was convenient to travel. If the other great emperors knew about such a big thing happening in Star Soul Palace, they would definitely not ignore it. Lei Hong said, half a day ago, they sent disciples to the Seven Fog Sea. Just as they were speaking, Yang Kai and Lei Hong's expressions both shook. They turned their heads and looked behind them, because the auras of the great emperors had suddenly appeared. The next moment, a stalwart figure appeared in front of the two. The Iron-Blood Great Emperor, Zhan Wuhen, had personally arrived. He stood in the void and looked at the Universe Tower silently. There was nostalgia in his eyes, as well as a trace of sadness. Master, the Universe Tower was in a bad situation. It looked like it could fly away at any time. Now that Lan Sun was still inside, if the Universe Tower really flew away, it would probably never be found again. Even Lan Sun would die of old age inside. Yang Kai was anxious, but Zhan Wuhen kept staring at the Universe Tower without saying a word, so he couldn't help but shout. Zhan Wuhen looked down and glanced at him, saying indifferently, why are you standing here? Yang Kai hurriedly said, I came to offer my condolences to the great emperors and happened to see this. Zhan Wuhen smacked his lips. I'm asking, why are you still standing here? Yang Kai was confused by his question and looked at him inquiringly. Get in, Zhan Wuhen said. Yang Kai was even more confused, cupping his fists and saying, Master, you may not know, but Great Elder Lei said. He wanted to explain to Zhan Wuhen, but the other party didn't listen to him at all. Instead, he raised his hand and put it on Yang Kai's shoulder, snorting, too much nonsense. If I tell you to get in, then get in. Saying so, he stretched out his hand and threw Yang Kai directly into the Universe Tower, as if he was throwing a ragged rag. Yang Kai let out a strange cry. Lei Hong was also shocked, and the nearby Star Soul Palace masters who saw this scene also cried out in surprise. No one expected Zhan Wuhen to suddenly do this. The moment he was thrown out, Yang Kai only had one thought in his mind. The great emperors are really extraordinary. Zhan Wuhen put his hand on his shoulder and threw him out. He clearly saw the whole process, and the other party's movements weren't fast, but he didn't have the slightest chance to resist. But this thought only appeared in his mind for a moment, before Kai Yang felt as if he was about to become dizzy from the impact. The great emperors made a move with ferocious strength, and Yang Kai's entire body crashed into the Universe Tower at an incredible speed. Even if he had a half-dragon body, he probably wouldn't have a good end. But just as he was about to hit the Universe Tower, the tower trembled slightly, and a doorway-sized whirlpool suddenly appeared in the direction he was going. Yang Kai directly rushed into this whirlpool and disappeared. He went in. He actually went in. A group of Star Soul Palace masters from the Emperor Realm were stunned. Lan Sun had entered the Universe Tower, causing it to react strangely. How could the elders of Star Soul Palace not want to enter? They wanted to help Lan Sun or persuade her to return. But Lan Sun had a special seal left by the great emperors, so the entire Universe Tower was completely sealed. No matter what method they used, there was no way to enter. They could only try to maintain the stability of the tower from the outside and help Lan Sun. But at this moment, after Zhan Wuhen threw him, Yang Kai actually directly entered the Universe Tower. What kind of mysterious method was this? Lei Hong and the others all looked at Zhang Wuhen in surprise. With Zhang Wuhen's method, they didn't need to worry too much. Unexpectedly, Zhang Wuhen seemed to be aware of their thoughts and said faintly, "Only he can go in. Don't think too much about it." Lei Hong frowned and said, "Master, what do you mean?" Zhang Wuhen glanced at him and grinned. "This king means that even I can't enter." "Huh." Lei Hong was shocked, his face full of disbelief. But these words came from Zhang Wuhen, so he had to believe it even if he didn't want to. "If you really want to say it, I can also go in." Zhang Wuhen changed the topic. "But that will inevitably damage the Universe Tower. At the very least, I will have to break most of the barriers left behind by Mingyu, and that will take several months." A few months was a long time. Who could wait that long? Xiao Yuyang was puzzled. Even Master can't easily enter the Universe Tower, so why did Palace Master Yang? "What do you think?" Zhang Wuhen smiled slightly, his face unfathomable. Xiao Yuyang suddenly understood. Not only did he understand, but Lei Hong and Xue Jingmao also understood. It was because Yang Kai had inherited the world will of the great emperor's Mingyu. The Universe Tower was refined by the great emperor's Mingyu, so no matter who the tower stopped, it couldn't stop the great emperor's Mingyu. Even if Yang Kai wasn't Mingyu, he had inherited the world will of the great emperors, so he naturally carried a part of Mingyu's aura, so the Universe Tower wouldn't stop him. Lei Hong and the others couldn't see it, and even Yang Kai himself didn't feel it, but Zhang Wuhen saw it as soon as he arrived. There was a subtle connection between Yang Kai and the Universe Tower. This connection was left behind by the dead Mingyu. Lei Hong said excitedly, "So Palace Master Yang will be safe after entering the Universe Tower?" "Did I say that?" Zhang Wuhen slowly shook his head. "He can go in, but the Universe Tower is full of mysteries. Even if he goes in, this king can't guarantee what will happen to him. He might not even be able to find Lan Sun. Then what should we do?" Lei Hong, Xiao Yuyang, and the others' faces changed. "We'll do our best and leave the rest to fate," Zhang Wuhen said solemnly. "Anyway, as long as the Universe Tower exists, they won't die. That little brat is quite capable, so he will find Lan Sun sooner or later." Lei Hong's face was full of worry. "But what if the Universe Tower leaves before that?" Zhang Wuhen smiled. "If it leaves, it leaves. That little brat has the space divine technique. So are you afraid that he won't be able to find his way back? Even if it takes hundreds or thousands of years, he will be able to find it." Chapter 36-32. 100 years, 1,000 years. Lei Hong and the others listened with worried expressions. If it was only 100 years, it would be fine. Although it was not a short time, it was not too long either. But if it was 1,000 years, or even longer, by the time Yang Kai and Lan Sun came back, they would have had a lot of children. It was not difficult to imagine what would happen if a man and a woman were to live together for 1,000 years. "Get out of the way!" Zhang Wuhen waved his hand and shouted. Hearing this, the many masters of Star Soul Palace were all shocked, knowing that the great emperors were going to take action personally. Without hesitation, they withdrew their emperor chi and retreated. The five-colored light on the Universal Tower suddenly soared, and the entire huge tower trembled. The surrounding void shattered, as if the Universal Tower would break through the void in the next moment. A scarlet flag suddenly appeared, and a bloody sense of conquest filled the air, causing everyone's mind to focus. The flag was so big that it almost covered the entire sky. The Iron Blood War Flag. The Iron Blood Great Emperor's life source treasure was not an ancient treasure, nor was it refined by an artifact refiner, but the manifestation of Zhang Wuhen's cultivation. Using the Iron Blood War Flag meant that Zhang Wuhen had gone all out, which showed how magical the Universal Tower was. Even the great emperors had to go all out to suppress it. Today, if Zhang Wuhen had not come in person, Lei Hong and the others would not have been able to stabilize the Universal Tower. Sooner or later, Star Soul Palace would have lost this treasure. The scarlet flag's color was incomparably gorgeous, like a blood wall that covered the sky and earth. The rolling color made it seem as if blood was flowing and rolling within it, giving people an indescribable visual shock. The war flag covered the universal tower, wrapping it up layer by layer. In the blink of an eye, the entire universal tower was tightly wrapped. The five-colored light disappeared, and the trembling tower quickly stabilized. The whole world was filled with the scarlet color, causing everyone's faces to turn red. Zhan Wuhen stood in front of the universal tower with his hands behind his back, quietly staring and waiting. At the same time, Yang Kai was complaining incessantly. He was thrown into the Qingquan pagoda by Zhan Wuhen. Before he could figure out what was going on, he was greeted by a strange, hairy monster. The aura of the long-haired monster was extremely strange. He couldn't see through it at first glance. His original intention was to test the waters and see its depths. But who would have thought that this guy would open its mouth wider than the sky, swallowing Yang Kai before he could even react. Soon after, Yang Kai arrived in a strange world. The crimson clouds in the sky were brilliant, and the entire sky seemed to be burning. It didn't seem like it was burning, but it was really burning. What kind of clouds were those in the sky? It was clearly a fire that was burning the heavens. On the ground there was flowing magma. Boiling bubbles burst, emitting a pungent smell. Hot. It was extremely hot. There seemed to be only one of the five elements in this world, fire. Yang Kai couldn't feel the existence of the other four elements. It was his first time encountering such a strange place. Before he could take a closer look at the situation in this world, a ferocious figure rolled out of the magma. It had the head of a dragon, the body of a moose, the tail of an ox, the hooves of a horse, the scales of a fish, and two horns on its head. Its entire body was on fire, and its feet were covered in black flames. It looked strange but majestic. Qilin, the ancient divine spirit, Fire Qilin. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The Fire Qilin's ranking among the divine spirits was relatively high. If the divine spirits of the world were divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes, with dragons and phoenixes being the most respected, then the Qilin would definitely be among the top 3 classes. Its ranking was almost the same as Qiongqi's. Yang Kai knew a little about how strong Qiongqi was. Normal fake emperors were no match for him. Then what about this Fire Qilin in front of him? Therefore, when the Fire Qilin appeared, Yang Kai acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He communicated with the sealed world bead, and was ready to throw out his 3 half-saint protectors at any time. There was now more than one Dharmakaya in the sealed world bead. Bai Liemo and Yu Ruming had forced Bai Zhua and Bai Yi to him, so that he could keep them by his side. If 3 half-saint protectors joined forces, then no matter how powerful the Fire Qilin was, it wouldn't be a match for them. Before this thought came to his mind, there was a gurgling sound, and one Fire Qilin after another rolled out of the magma on the ground. Each of them was ferocious and insufferably arrogant. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds and thousands of Fire Qilins on the magma. They surrounded Yang Kai tightly and stared at him with their fiery red eyes. Yang Kai's expression became strange. If there was only one Fire Qilin here, then he could understand. The Yin-Yang Pagoda was extremely mysterious, and there were countless small worlds sealed inside. It wasn't impossible for there to be such a strange world. However, there was something wrong with so many Fire Qilins appearing all of a sudden. No sacred spirit had such an outstanding reproductive ability. The dragon race couldn't do it. The phoenix race couldn't do it. No sacred spirit race couldn't do it. Therefore, it was impossible for there to be hundreds and thousands of Fire Qilins in this world. The way of heaven was to take what was in excess and make up for what was in deficiency. Sacred spirits were so powerful. If their reproductive ability was also so strong, then how could there be room for other creatures to survive in this world? In order to prove his thoughts, Yang Kai raised his hand and slashed at the Fire Qilin closest to him with a crescent blade. The crescent blade cut through the air and slashed the Fire Qilin's body. With a mournful cry, the Fire Qilin's body was cut in half. As expected, it wasn't a real Fire Qilin. If it was a real sacred spirit Qilin, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to kill it in one move. But for some reason, these guys looked like real sacred spirit Qilins. Even with Yang Kai's excellent eyesight, He couldn't see any flaws. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the attack seemed to have poked a hornet's nest. The surrounding fire chillants pounced on him fiercely. For a moment, the world was filled with flames and magma, and even the burning clouds in the sky were burning even more fiercely. Yang Kai didn't dare to be negligent, and immediately summoned his 3 half-saint protectors. Although these fire chillants weren't real sacred spirits, they were definitely not weak. From the test just now, it seemed that each of them had the strength of a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai didn't care about 1 or 2 of them, and he could deal with 10 or 20 of them. However, if there were 100 or 2 of them, Yang Kai could only flee. However, this world of pure fire should be one of the countless small worlds sealed in the Yin Yang Pagoda. Unless the barrier of this small world was broken, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to escape. It would take a certain amount of time to break the barrier of this world. So naturally, he would need someone to protect him. As soon as the embodiment appeared, Yang Kai immediately understood what was going on. Without saying a word, the embodiment summoned its demonic war hammer and slammed its fist on its chest, causing its body to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a 300-meter-tall behemoth. The demonic war hammer also grew bigger. The embodiment stood on top of the magma and waved the demonic war hammer. The strength of a half-saint was released, and the fire chillants that pounced on him were smashed into pieces. Baiya and Baizhua didn't have such fast reaction speed. When they arrived, they were at a loss. When they saw the situation around them, they were shocked. One of them exclaimed, "What's going on?" While the other asked, "What's going on with Brother Yang?" Yang Kai responded, "Just kill." Then what was there to hesitate about? The 2 half-saint obeyed and started killing. With 3 half-saint protecting him, no matter how many fire chillants there were, they couldn't get within 300 feet of Yang Kai. Every fire chillant that pounced on him died. Yang Kai stood quietly in place and closed his eyes to sense. At the same time, he carefully recalled his encounter after entering the Universe Tower. He vaguely felt that he had grasped the key point. After a while, Baiya exclaimed, "Brother Baizhua, something's wrong." Baizhua nodded. "We can't kill them all." Although there were many fire chillants, with 3 half-saint attacking together, they would eventually be wiped out. However, the number of fire chillants in front of them didn't decrease at all. No matter how many fire chillants they killed, they would still pounce on them. The 2 half-saint took a moment to observe the situation. Only then did they realize that something was wrong. Every time they killed a fire chillant, another one would emerge from the magma. That was why they couldn't kill them all. What the hell is this place? Baizhua smiled bitterly. The fire chillants weren't real objects. They were condensed from the power of the Earth's fire. Unless they extracted the power of this entire world, they wouldn't be able to kill them all. They were half-saint, so killing these fake fire chillants was as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. However, if they delayed for too long, even ants could bite an elephant to death. This is a training ground. Yang Kai finally opened his eyes and calmly explained. The Universe Tower was the most precious treasure of Star Soul Palace. For countless years, countless disciples of Star Soul Palace had come here to train and become stronger. The countless small worlds sealed inside were all for this purpose. The small world in front of them was naturally the same. If they didn't have an endless supply of fire chillants, they wouldn't be able to achieve the effect of training. "Brother Baizhua, come with me." Yang Kai called out and flew into the sky. Baizhua immediately followed after hearing this. The 2 of them were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had flown thousands of feet into the sky. Looking at the tumbling flames in the sky, Baizhua solemnly said, "Brother Yang, be careful." Although he didn't know what the tumbling flames were, Baizhua still perceived a dangerous aura from them. Before he could finish speaking, the tumbling clouds of fire became even more violent. In the next moment, a large bird rushed down from the clouds of fire. This bird had a wingspan of more than 10 feet, a crimson body, and a beak as sharp as a sword. The most conspicuous feature of this bird was that it only had 1 leg, a baifeng. It was another kind of divine spirit. Needless to say, it was similar to the fire chillants that appeared in the underground magma. Neither was a true divine spirit, but rather a condensation of the fire power of this world. With the previous encounter, neither Yang Kai nor Baizhuo were too surprised to see this scene. Sure enough, following closely behind the first inferno crane, hundreds and thousands of inferno cranes appeared from within the fiery clouds, and they swooped down while emanating surging flames with the intention of incinerating this offending enemy on the spot. Baizhuo rushed forward, his figure flickering as he rushed in front of Yang Kai. His demonic qi rolled and blood spurted in all directions. The dozens of Baifangs in front of him didn't even have time to groan before they were killed on the spot. Yang Kai followed closely behind, the myriad sword qi sweeping through everything in its path. One man and one demon, their auras soaring to the sky. Chapter 36-33. In just a few hundred feet, thousands of Baifangs had been killed by the two of them. However, these Baifangs were like the fire Qilins, they were inexhaustible. Even if they killed 10,000 of them, it would be useless. However, they had already reached the bottom of the fire clouds. Yang Kai swung his sword in the sky. His body was wrapped in the sword's radiance as he charged forward bravely. Baizhuo protected him from behind. He raised his hand and cleared the enemies. The fire clouds kept rolling, but the burning fire couldn't block out the dazzling cold light. In the next moment, the fire clouds broke. Yang Kai and Baizhuo charged into the sky. There were still fire clouds above the sky, connecting heaven and earth. There was no end to them. The two of them charged forward without stopping. After a long time and killing countless Baifangs, Yang Kai stopped. Baizhuo saw this and immediately stopped as well. They activated their devil aura to protect themselves. In the lava below, the Dharmakaya was informed by Yang Kai. He hurriedly called out to Baiya, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, his body returned to human size. He carried the demonic war hammer and charged into the sky. Behind him, the fire Qilins chased closely. They charged into the fire clouds and faced the large group of Baifangs. The fire Qilins stopped. It was as if the sky and the ground were two different territory. The fire Qilins were in charge of the ground, while the Baifangs dealt with the enemies in the sky. The fire clouds and Baifangs couldn't stop Yang Kai and Baizhuo. Similarly, they couldn't stop the Dharmakaya and Baiya. After a while the two sides met up. 30 minutes. The Dharmakaya spoke on behalf of Yang Kai. Baiya and Baizhuo nodded. The three half-saints spread out and surrounded Yang Kai to protect him. Yang Kai's eyes were closed tightly as he stood motionless in place, but anyone could feel the space principles emanating from his body. These space principles weren't strong, but they spread out in all directions, as if they were searching for something. What else could he be looking for? Naturally, he was looking for the weakest point of this world's barrier. This place was one of the countless small worlds in the universe tower. If he wanted to leave, he had to break through the barrier of this small world. Previously, Yang Kai had searched on the ground, but he couldn't find any flaws. He could only continue to search in the sky. Even though Yang Kai's current attainments in the space laws were not weak, it was still not easy to break through the seal of a small world. However, every world had its own weak point. For example, the astral world. The place where the passage between the two worlds existed was where the astral world's world barrier was weak. That was why the demon race had the opportunity to open up the passage between the two worlds. Even a large world like the astral boundary had weak points, not to mention a small world. Fortunately, Yang Kai had already discovered something, but he still needed some time. Most importantly, this world was not that big, so Yang Kai could easily find it. If he were to enter a very large small world, he would have to spend a lot of effort. As the space laws filled the air, Yang Kai's mind was like a sharp blade. As the space laws were used, he cut into the weak point and slowly pried open a gap. The three half-saint beside him were in a frenzy. The Baifang was condensed from the power of the world, so it did not fear death and did not feel pain. It died and came back to life again, and this cycle was endless. The Dharmakaya was slightly better. He was born with the body of the stone mongoose, and he also had the stone fire origin. Even so, he did not feel tired. Baizhuo and Baiya, on the other hand, were using up a portion of their strength. At this time, they did not dare to hold back. Almost every attack was done with their full strength. In such a state, it was difficult to maintain for long. Fortunately, it was only the time for one incense stick to burn. If it was just a few days, the two half-saint did not know if they could hold on. While fighting, they also paid attention to the movements on Yang Kai's side. As time passed, the originally weak fluctuations of the space laws slowly became stronger. Obviously, Yang Kai had made some progress. Sure enough, after an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened them. The fluctuations of the space laws were extremely strong. Around him, the void became illusory, and layers of ripples appeared. He moved forward, his hands formed into knives and stabbed forward. Strangely enough, when the two hands stabbed forward, they actually disappeared into the void and disappeared. In the next moment, Yang Kai's eyes widened in anger. His devil chi erupted like a tsunami, and he shouted, "Open!" As his voice sounded, his hands suddenly tore to the sides. The sky was torn apart like a fine piece of brocade. Amidst the buzzing of the world, a crack slowly appeared in sight. The crack was dark and empty. As Yang Kai moved, it became bigger and bigger. In the end, it turned into a ferocious crack that was more than 100 feet long and 10 feet wide. Yang Kai turned around and called out to the three half-saint, "Let's go!" This damned place was simply not a place for humans to stay. Now that they had broken through the world barrier, it was naturally better to leave as soon as possible. Without hesitation, Bai Ye and Bai Zhui used their secret techniques to kill the enemies on their left and right. Their figures floated back directly to Yang Kai's side. Their Dharma bodies swung their hammers, and they also retreated. Yang Kai urged his devil chi to wrap them up and plunge into the crack in front of them. When they reappeared, they were already in another world. Not far from them, a strange-looking monster covered with long hair covered its abdomen. It looked at Yang Kai and the others in horror. Then it turned around and fled. Yang Kai recognized that it was this guy who had swallowed him in one gulp before entering the world of fire. However, at this moment, there was a foot-long wound where the monster was covering its abdomen. What flowed out of the wound was not blood, but flames from the small world. Bai Zhui and Bai Yi did not understand the situation. When they saw the monster, they wanted to kill it. Yang Kai hurriedly stopped them. "What is this?" Bai Zhui saw the monster escape and frowned. He was from the demon race in the demon territory. He thought that the monster was unique to the astral world. He had never seen such a creature before. That small world. Yang Kai also frowned. Small world. Bai Zhui looked at him in shock. "Brother Yang, do you mean that the small world has already taken shape?" "It should be." Yang Kai nodded. If not, he would not have entered the small world after being swallowed by the long-haired monster. After he tore open the space barrier and came out, there was a wound on the monster's abdomen. All these showed that the long-haired monster was the manifestation of the small world. How is that possible? Bai Zhui and Boya turned pale with fright. A world taking form after transforming into spirit was simply unheard of. And if it was like this, then wouldn't the devil territory and star dimension be able to transform into spirit as well? If that day really came, wouldn't the demon race and the human race live in the same creature's stomach? Nothing is impossible. Have you forgotten my sealed world bead? Bai Zhui and Bai Yi were stunned. They just remembered that the sealed world bead could also take shape. They had seen the huge rolling ball with their own eyes. Therefore, they were relieved. Moreover, there is a change in this place. I can't tell what the situation is, but what I see is indeed the manifestation of a small world. It was precisely because the long-haired monster was born from a small world that it was shrouded in world force that Yang Kai hadn't been able to see through its details at first, resulting in him being swallowed whole. However, at this moment, it seemed that the long-haired monster did not have much intelligence, only some instincts. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to escape so easily with the power of a small world. Yang Kai did not know what happened in the Universe Tower, nor did he know what Lan Sun did inside. He also did not know where Lan Sun was now, or what she had encountered. However, encountering such danger, as soon as he came and made Yang Kai somewhat anxious. He had to find Lan Sun as soon as possible to see if he could help her solve the current problem. At the very least, he had to take her away from here. He was already blaming himself for not being able to take Mingyu away from the demon territory. If he could not take Lan Sun away, then all his years of cultivation would have been in vain. After putting away the 3 half-saint realm cultivators, Yang Kai moved forward alone. He remembered that the 5-colored treasure pagoda had a total of 5 floors, and each floor could allow a cultivator with different cultivation to enter. Since Lan Sun wanted to refine the universe tower, she must go to the center of this tower, which should be above the 5th floor. However, Yang Kai could not find the way to the next floor. It seemed that this was the only floor left in the entire universe tower. Along the way, he encountered all kinds of fierce monsters, but without exception, all of them were formed from small worlds. These monsters had different temperaments. Some were as timid as mice and immediately fled when they saw Yang Kai, while others were as fierce as the long-haired monster. After discovering Yang Kai, they immediately pounced on him. Yang Kai avoided them as much as he could. Fortunately, the Space Divine technique allowed him to avoid a lot of killing. However, if one often walked by the river, how could one's shoes not get wet? Not all the small worlds transformed into fierce monsters. Some small worlds even transformed into stones that looked ordinary. When Yang Kai passed by them, the stones opened a big mouth and directly swallowed him into its stomach. As a result, Yang Kai fell into an inexplicable small world and had to find a way to get out. These small worlds varied in strength. The strong ones were like the long-haired monster he encountered the first time. Yang Kai had to summon the 3 half-saint realm cultivators to protect him, while the weak ones could break through the world barrier with just a thought and escape. Baiye and Baizhuo were exhausted. Although they were strong, they could not withstand a continuous battle for a long time. Every time they were taken back into the sealed world bead, they would quickly rest and recover, ready to deal with the next battle at any time. But without exception, Yang Kai did not do anything to these transformed small worlds. Any small world or secret realm here was a treasure in the universe pagoda, left to Lan Sun by the great emperors. He would not destroy them, let alone rob them. After a few days, there was no clue at all. Yang Kai was burning with anxiety. The longer he delayed, the more dangerous Lan Sun would be. On this day, while searching, Yang Kai suddenly paused and turned his head to look in a certain direction. He saw a small figure standing on a slope, quietly looking in his direction. It was a little girl who looked only 5 or 6 years old. She had 2 small braids and was wearing a beautiful little skirt. Her eyes were big and bright, and she looked like she was carved from jade. Yang Kai frowned. This was the second time he had encountered this little girl. Although the other party looked small, Yang Kai did not have the slightest contempt for her. This was because in this universe pagoda, all the living and moving things were formed from small worlds. The stone was like that, the long-haired monster was like that, and this little girl must be like that too. When he met her yesterday, the little girl was also watching from a distance, but Yang Kai was vigilant and avoided her. He did not expect to meet her again today. It could not be a coincidence. The other party was following him. Chapter 36-34. This made him vigilant. Yang Kai had encountered more than a dozen small worlds, but without exception, they all had no intelligence and could only act on instinct. This little girl actually knew how to follow him, which showed that she was somewhat different from the other small worlds. However, the other party was not very courageous, belonging to the type that was as timid as a mouse. When he saw her yesterday, she immediately ran away. Although she did not run when she saw him today, she immediately hid behind the mound and peeked her small head in Yang Kai's direction, blinking her 2 big eyes. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing what she was doing. Since she was following him, why was she so afraid of him? Was it just curiosity? Without thinking too much, he turned around and left. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to leave, the little girl opened her mouth, her face red, her fists clenched, as if she wanted to shout something. But no matter how hard she tried, She could not make the slightest sound. She was very anxious. Yang Kai walked more than a dozen feet, suddenly stopped, then turned around and walked towards the little girl. Seeing this, the anxious Nan Nan showed a touch of joy, but as Yang Kai approached, she retreated step by step. Her movements were not fast, and her steps were very small, her skirt fluttering. But Yang Kai was shocked to find that no matter how hard he tried, he could not get close to her. Losing his patience, Yang Kai urged the law of space and arrived in front of Nan Nan in a flash. Before she could react, he grabbed her arm. In the next moment, the two people's faces changed. The little girl was scared. Her courage was small, so she did not dare to get too close to Yang Kai. Now that he suddenly grabbed her arm, how could she not be scared? Her big eyes were red and tears were rolling in her eyes, making her look very pitiful. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was impacted. The moment he grabbed Nan Nan's arm, a vast and boundless energy rushed into his body. In a split second, he felt dizzy and saw stars. He almost fainted on the spot. World force. His guess was right. The little girl was indeed a small world spirit. When they came into contact with each other, the power of the small world spirit suddenly erupted. The impact at that moment was really uncomfortable. He was already prepared, and could summon the three half-saint at any time. Fortunately, although the little girl was frightened, she didn't intend to fight with him. She just pulled her lotus-like arm back, and looked at Yang Kai with a pleading expression. With the power of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai's soul calmed down. He lowered his head to look at Nan Nan in front of him, and tried his best to speak slowly. I am looking for someone. Someone like me but a woman. Have you seen her before? Desperate times call for desperate measures, just like Xiao Chun did before. Although Yang Kai had encountered some transformed small worlds before, their minds were not clear, and they only acted on instinct. Now this one seemed to be a little different, and seemed to have its own thoughts. Naturally, Yang Kai wanted to ask about it. He wasn't expecting much, but what if the other party found out? Nan Nan was frightened to death. She couldn't pull her arm back. The world force burst out again. Even though Yang Kai was prepared, he was still sent flying in an instant. However, he wasn't injured. Only the blood and qi in his body were surging. After landing on the ground, he took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. When he raised his head again, he saw the little girl flying in a certain direction at high speed. Yang Kai shook his head in disappointment, and turned around to leave. He didn't walk far before Nan Nan returned, and blocked his path. It could be seen that she was trying very hard to suppress the fear in her heart. Her small body was obviously trembling violently, but she still stood there firmly. Yang Kai tilted his head, and looked at her. He frowned slightly. The little girl flew in that direction again. This time, she didn't fly very fast. However, while she was flying, she kept looking back at Yang Kai. Then she looked ahead. Then she looked back at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Was she trying to guide him? Having someone to guide him was better than running around like a headless fly. A dead horse could only be treated as a living horse. Yang Kai immediately moved and chased after Nan Nan. Seeing that Yang Kai was following her, she didn't look back anymore. Instead, she increased her speed and flew forward. Seeing this, Yang Kai felt even more certain that she was trying to guide him. Along the way, there were no more obstacles. He didn't encounter any more small worlds. After flying for an unknown distance, Nan Nan suddenly stopped outside a mountain valley. She turned around and looked at Yang Kai. There was an entrance to the mountain valley. From the outside, there was nothing out of the ordinary. However, when Yang Kai probed with his divine sense, it was as if he had fallen into a dense fog. There was no response. Here? Yang Kai asked. The little girl clenched her small fists and nodded vigorously. This was the first time she had directly responded to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He revealed a harmless expression and smiled. Thank you. It was unknown whether or not Nan Nan understood. She lowered her head and blushed. Taking large strides, Kai Yang entered the mountain valley. Regardless of whether Lan Sun was among them or not, since he had come here, he had to investigate. Moreover, there seemed to be something wrong with this place. The narrow path was not too long, only a few dozen meters at most. After passing through the path, Yang Kai entered the mountain valley. Standing at the mouth of the valley, Yang Kai looked ahead and couldn't help showing a dazzling look. There was an endless sea of flowers as far as the eye could see. There were red, blue, white, and gold flowers of all colors blooming in the valley. It was a dazzling and colorful scene. Dense light flowed in the valley, making the entire place look like the pinnacle of the mortal realm. It was magnificent. Yang Kai had never been to 10,000 Flower Valley, but he had heard that it was also a beautiful sea of flowers. Now it seemed that the sea of flowers in this mountain valley was not inferior to 10,000 Flower Valley. If he could live in such a place for the rest of his life, and become a hermit, he would be free and unfettered. However, the enchanting beauty of the sea of flowers did not attract Yang Kai too much. Soon, his gaze was attracted to a figure in the middle of the sea of flowers. The graceful body was lying across the sea of flowers, supported by fragile flowers, swaying left and right with the breeze, as if she was sleeping. Lan Sun. She really was here. The little Nan Nan from before had indeed been guiding him. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened, but he could see that Lan Sun had not suffered any harm. Only her consciousness had fallen asleep. Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he had found her, all that was left was to find a way to take her out. However, he did not relax his vigilance. The sea of flowers in front of him was indeed beautiful. But the more beautiful something was, the more murderous it was. Lan Sun falling asleep was definitely related to this endless sea of flowers. The little Nan Nan, who had led the way here, had stayed outside the mountain valley and did not enter, which was enough to arouse Yang Kai's vigilance. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai probed the endless sea of flowers, wanting to take a peek at the mystery. The next moment, Yang Kai's expression shook, revealing a look of horror. What he saw with the naked eye was a boundless sea of flowers, beautiful and magnificent. But only when he probed with his divine sense did Yang Kai discover that this was not a sea of flowers, but the delicate flowers were clearly formed from the spirit transformation of a small world. This was not surprising. Small worlds could take on all kinds of strange forms. They could even transform into stones, let alone this sea of flowers. It was just that there were too many of them. The scene here could be said to be a world in a flower, a universe in a leaf. Yang Kai knew that there were many small worlds and sealed domains sealed in the universe tower. But he did not expect there to be so many. What kind of mysterious thing was the universe tower? No wonder Lan Sun had fainted. She was lying on the sea of flowers, being washed away by the power of countless small worlds and sealed domains. How could she have held on? She did not suffer much damage, probably because of her bloodline and physique. After all, the universe tower was refined by great emperors Mingyu, and as Mingyu's descendant, Lan Sun had more or less inherited Mingyu's aura, so the universe tower should be able to distinguish her. However, the current situation was a bit troublesome. Lan Sun was lying on the sea of flowers, so if Yang Kai wanted to bring her out, he would have to rush into the sea of flowers. Yi Qingquan would not hurt Lan Sun in this flower world, but he would not show any mercy to him. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. At this moment, a long sigh sounded in his ear, followed by a shadow rushing out of his body and landing in front of him, turning into a figure. Yang Kai was shocked. When did this strange thing appear in his body? How could he not know? This was simply inconceivable to him. He was now a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and his soul cultivation was stronger than even a half-saint false emperor. Even if someone did something to him, it was impossible for him to not notice it. But this was the truth. When the sigh sounded and the shadow rushed out, Yang Kai finally realized. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat. If the person who had planted this trick had wanted to harm him before, even if he had 10 lives, he would not have been able to survive. But when he saw the outline of the figure, his expression changed, his eyes widening, his lips dry, and his voice trembling. Mingyu, Master? Although he did not see the face, he would never forget this figure's back. How could he dare to forget the great emperors who died at his hands? How could he forget? He had inherited the will of this person in front of him, and the recognition of the star boundary. Yang Kai originally thought that Mingyu's soul had dissipated, but now that he suddenly saw him again, His eyes could not help but turn red. Even though this was just a remnant soul, Mingyu was already dead, killed by Yang Kai on the Eternal Heaven continent. Fa2 was still in the morning hall of the Star Soul Palace, so it was naturally impossible for him to come back from the dead. Moreover, the figure in front of him was in a semi-transparent state, so it was naturally impossible for it to be a real body. The only explanation was that it was a remnant soul. Yang Kai did not even know when the remnant soul of the great emperors, Mingyu, had attached itself to his body. It should have been a trick he used before he died, and it was only today that it was triggered. The figure turned around, revealing an unbelievably young face. He looked like a 16-year-old youth, high-spirited and full of vigor. Who else could that young face be but Mingyu? Mingyu's expression was peaceful, and he was smiling very happily. Master! Yang Kai lowered his head and cupped his hands. No need to be so polite, get up. Chapter 36-35. Yang Kai didn't get up, and kept his head down. Mingyu sighed. This is my own choice. It has nothing to do with you. If it were Iron Blood, Serene Soul, or any of the others, they would have done the same. But you were implicated. To be precise, I should be thanking you for not letting this king die at the hands of the demon race. Yang Kai could understand this reasoning, but he was still brooding over the fact that he had personally killed the great emperors. This time I have to thank you again. Mingyu smiled slightly. Sun Air really did it, and you really came to save her. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at him in amazement. Master, did you expect this? Mingyu chuckled. Sun Air is my child. How could I not know her temperament? She wants to refine the Universe Tower, but she is not qualified. After entering this place, she naturally became like this. It was because he had expected this that he had attached a wisp of his remnant soul to Yang Kai. He believed that if Yang Kai could leave the demon territory safely, he would definitely come to Star Soul Palace. He also believed that if Lan Sun was in danger, Yang Kai would definitely rescue her. Of course, if Yang Kai died in the demon territory, everything would be over. This place is the center of the Universe Tower. Mingyu replied leisurely. Since you can come here, you must have some understanding of the situation of the Universe Tower. Inside the Universe Tower, many small worlds and sealed realms have already taken form. When this king was still alive, there was the power of the barrier, so everything in the Universe Tower was stable. But when something happened to this king, the barrier naturally weakened. The space of the 5-layered pagoda became one, and chaos gradually rose. If there were no external forces, it would not have mattered. Sun Air broke into this place to refine the Universe Tower, but how could those small worlds and sealed realms be willing? Naturally, they would resist, but with this king's barrier, they could not cause any harm to Sun Air, and could only let her fall into a deep sleep. After thousands of years, this king's barrier will wear off, and those small worlds will completely break free from the shackles of the Universe Tower. Yang Kai didn't really understand, but he understood the general meaning. He couldn't help but ask, what does that boy have to do to save junior sister Lan? Only then can he protect the Universe Tower? Mingyu didn't answer but asked instead, do you know how many small worlds or secret realms this Universe Pagoda contains? Of course, Yang Kai did not know. He only knew that it was a lot. After all, the sea of flowers in front of him was indeed huge. Mingyu had no intention of waiting for him to answer. Her next sentence had already given him the answer. 10,000. 10,000 of them. Yang Kai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although he already had a high estimation of the number of flowers in this place, he still didn't expect there to be tens of thousands of them. Mingyu continued, the Qianquan Pagoda is an ancient treasure. Although I have refined it, I have never been able to fully understand its mysteries. I don't know how it can accommodate so many small worlds and secret realms, but since it is like this, there must be a reason for it. It's just that this number of 10,000 is missing one of them. It has become 9,999. Although 9 is an extreme number, the lack of one makes it incomplete. If it is incomplete, there will be flaws. The current situation is more or less caused by this. Yang Kai asked curiously, how can it be missing one? Mingyu smiled but didn't say anything. She just looked at him quietly. Yang Kai was embarrassed and blushed. Thousand Illusions Dream World? He suddenly remembered that when he first came to the Universe Tower, he took Butterfly away from the Universe Tower and placed her in the High Heaven Palace to become the Thousand Illusions Dream World. Wasn't the one who was missing Butterfly that he had abducted? Now that he thought about it, Butterfly was also formed from a secret realm, but she was taken away from the Universe Tower by him. As a result, there was only one missing. It was actually because of him. Yang Kai was so embarrassed that he wanted to crawl into a hole. When he took Butterfly away, he thought he did it without anyone knowing. But now it seems that the great emperors already knew about it. They just didn't want to bother with him. Thinking back, when he left the Star Soul Palace, the great emperors did deliberately appear to meet with him. Mingyu must have known about it at that time. Mingyu smiled. You can take away a secret realm from the Universe Tower because of your own luck. It has nothing to do with others, nor is it related to this matter. How could Yang Kai not know these words of comfort? He immediately said seriously, Junior will return to the High Heaven Palace and return the Thousand Illusions Dream World to complete the number. Mingyu shook her head and said, you won't be able to leave. With my remaining strength, I can only open the Qianquan Tower once or complete the Qianquan Tower. After sending you out, you won't be able to enter again. Yang Kai was shocked. Then what should I do? If he couldn't go out and bring in the Thousand Illusions Dream World, he wouldn't be able to complete the Universe Tower and solve Lan Sun's current crisis. But if he went out, he wouldn't be able to enter. This was a dead end. Mingyu smiled and said, you have to rely on yourself. Rely on myself? Yang Kai was suspicious. Since you are proficient in the Tao of space, can't you create your own universe? Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard these words and asked, Master means to let me create my own small world or secret realm. Mingyu nodded. Although there are 10,000 small worlds and secret realms in the Universe Tower, most of them are nothing special. They are only there to make up the numbers, so the requirements for you are not too high. You only need to create a small world or secret realm. This was really a coincidence. If it weren't for this trip to the Star Soul Palace, Yang Kai would have also planned to create his own universe. But who knew that after entering this Universe Tower, Mingyu would actually ask him to do the same. It seemed that this was really the will of the heavens. Moreover, Yang Kai had taken away the Thousand Illusions Dream World from here, causing the Universe Tower to be incomplete, which led to the current situation, so Yang Kai needed to make up for it. Yang Kai already had a small world, the Sealed World bead. However, this thing had too many implications, and had now become a key factor in the War of Worlds, so Yang Kai couldn't easily place it in the Universe Tower. What's more, even if Yang Kai was willing, the Universe Tower probably wouldn't be able to accept it. The original Sealed World bead should have no problem being accepted by the Universe Tower. But now the small sealed world had swallowed a large portion of the demon territory, almost equivalent to half of the demon territory. Such an existence was beyond the Universe Tower's ability. Can you do it? Mingyu looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yes, Yang Kai nodded seriously, not to mention that he already had the idea of refining a small world himself. Even if he didn't, for the sake of the Universe Tower and Lan Sun, he had to refine one. However, after answering, he suddenly remembered something and flipped his hand, taking out a palm-sized rockery and holding it in his palm. Master, do you think this can be used? Mingyu glanced at it and smiled. So you were prepared? Yang Kai laughed and said, I didn't refine this thing. How could this palm-sized thing be a rockery? It was clearly a real mountain. The mountain was densely forested. There were birds and beasts living there, and there were even tiger roars coming from the rockery. Indefinite Mountain was something refined by Li Wuyi. He had given it to Yang Kai before so he could comprehend the mysteries of space, but he never expected it to come in handy at this time. Yang Kai had entered Indefinite Mountain once, so he had some understanding of the universe inside. so it didn't matter whether this mountain was in his hands or not. It would be best if it could be used here. But if not, Yang Kai could only refine it himself. But it would take some time. Maybe a few months, maybe a few years. No one could say for sure. However, seeing Mingyu's expression, Yang Kai felt that it shouldn't be a big problem. But he still asked, "Can you use it?" Naturally, Mingyu gently nodded. Her body was clearly translucent, but she casually took Indefinite Mountain and examined it for a moment before smiling. Did Li Wuyi come out? It was natural for her to think so. In the entire star boundary, the most proficient in the Tao of space were none other than Li Wuyi and Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai said he didn't refine it, it must have been Li Wuyi. Yes, Yang Kai replied. I just obtained it a few days ago. That's really a coincidence. Mingyu smiled and nodded. This will save us a lot of time. All right, you can leave the valley. You can't intervene in the matters here. Master. Yang Kai opened his mouth, but Mingyu had already raised her hand to stop him and smiled at him. Since you have obtained the approval of the star boundaries heavens and earth, you must become strong and self-disciplined in the future. You must not disappoint this heavens and earth, nor disappoint this universe. Yang Kai was silent for a moment before cupping his fists and saying, Master's teachings will be engraved in this junior's heart. Take care, Master. Turning around, he strode out of the valley. This would be his final farewell. Behind him, a strong wind rose, petals danced, branches swayed, and world force crisscrossed. After Yang Kai left the valley, the violent fluctuations suddenly turned calm, and the narrow path seemed to be an insurmountable barrier, blocking all the storms inside the valley. Looking up, there was no sun, moon, or stars in the sky inside the universe tower, only an endless abyss. Not far away, a strange sound rang out. Yang Kai turned his head and saw little Nan Nan, who had led him here before, standing there timidly. As their eyes met, the little girl hurriedly lowered her head. Yang Kai smiled, knowing that this little girl should be in existence similar to Butterfly. It was thanks to her that he was able to find Lan Sun's whereabouts this time. So Yang Kai bowed respectfully. Unexpectedly, little Nanan's entire body trembled. Her entire body distorted and disappeared in an instant. What replaced her was a small green blade of grass on the ground. A few delicate leaves were made up of even smaller leaves. It was like a weaving shuttle. The leaves were closed along the leaf stalk, and the branches hung down, as if they were afraid to see anyone. Yang Kai was stunned, but thinking about how Butterfly could also transform into a human form, and the appearance of 1,000 illusionary butterfly, it was reasonable for little Nan Nan to have these two transformations. However, as an emperor-grade alchemist, Yang Kai couldn't recognize what kind of precious treasure this little grass was. After carefully examining it for a long time, he couldn't help laughing. What kind of precious treasure was this? It was clearly the most common starbeck. It was just a tiny mimosa grass, but it hid a whole universe, a whole world. The heavens and earth were vast, and there was nothing more marvelous than this. But now, Yang Kai understood why little Nan Nan was so timid and shy. This little starbeck had such characteristics. Chapter 36-36. Star Soul Palace. Outside the Cosmos Tower, a large scarlet banner wrapped around the entire Cosmos Tower, like a piece of silk. This banner was the manifestation of the Iron Blood Great Emperor's cultivation. It could be said that Zhang Wuhan had used all his strength to suppress the Cosmos Tower's restlessness. However, even with the Great Emperor's personally taking action, the Universe Tower still buzzed and trembled from time to time, as if it was struggling to break free from the shackles of the Iron Blood War flag. Lei Hong and the others were on tenterhooks all day long, with a gloomy look on their faces. Although Yang Kai had entered the Universe Tower, they didn't know what was going on inside. If Yang Kai couldn't bring Lan Sun back, then Star Soul Palace would really have no successor. Now they didn't expect Yang Kai to solve the crisis of the Universe Tower. They only hoped that he could bring Lan Sun back safely. Although the great emperors were here, and the Universe Tower was safe for the time being, Zhang Wuhen couldn't stay in Star Soul Palace forever. Once the great emperors left and Yang Kai didn't return, everything would be over. They wanted to ask Zhang Wuhen about the situation inside, but they guessed that he didn't know, so it was useless to ask. A group of Star Soul Palace executives were all frowning, and the anxiety in their hearts couldn't be any greater. At a certain moment, Zhang Wuhen, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and let out a soft cry. The Star Soul Palace elders who had been paying attention to him all looked shocked, and Lei Hong hurriedly asked, "Master, what's the situation?" Zhang Wuhen didn't answer, just raised his hand, and the scarlet flag suddenly unshackled layer by layer, turned into a red light, and rushed into Zhang Wuhen's body. Seeing this, everyone was not surprised but happy. The Universe Tower had been able to maintain stability during this time, and was completely resistant to Zhang Wuhen's suppression. Now that he had taken the Iron Blood War flag, didn't that mean that the Universe Tower no longer needed to be suppressed? Since there was no need to suppress it, it meant that the internal threat had been resolved. Sure enough, even though the Scarlet War flag had disappeared, the Universe Pagoda did not show the slightest sign of abnormality. The five-colored light that was constantly overflowing from the pagoda also disappeared. The huge five-colored treasure pagoda floated in the air, slowly rotating. In the next instant, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the Universe Pagoda. Everyone looked over. If it wasn't Yang Kai who had entered the Universe Pagoda earlier, who else could it be? There was a trace of guilt on Yang Kai's face, but there was also a trace of relief. However, his expression was very relaxed, as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. His entire aura was much more cheerful. Only Yang Kai, there was no trace of Lan Sun. The joy on the faces of Lei Hong and the others disappeared, and their hearts sank. Yang Kai knew what they were worried about. He immediately cupped his hands and said, "Yang Kai will not disappoint you." If he didn't disappoint, then he would solve the crisis of the Universe Pagoda. But what about Lan Sun? Lei Hong hurriedly asked. "What about Her Highness?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Junior sister Lan is safe and sound, but she is now refining the Universe Pagoda. She should be able to emerge in 3 to 6 years. She still wants to refine it?" Xiao Yiyang frowned. The previous anomaly in the Universe Pagoda was caused by Lan Sun refining it. So why was she still so stubborn? What puzzled him even more was why Yang Kai didn't try to dissuade her. Lei Hong and Xue Jingmao also had similar thoughts, so their expressions were solemn, fearing that Lan Sun would have another accident inside. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Don't worry, junior sister has Master Mingyu's help, so there should be no problem this time." Great Emperors, Lei Hong and the others were shocked. Mingyu's soul was still in the morning hall, so how could he help Lan Sun? Yang Kai quickly explained how the remnant souls of the great emperors had attached themselves to him. And after hearing this, Lei Hong and the others were relieved. With Mingyu's personal help, Lan Sun would definitely have no problem refining the Universe Pagoda. All she lacked now was time, so her worry disappeared. But when she remembered that the great emperors had died, she couldn't help feeling sad. Previously, inside the Universe Pagoda, Yang Kai had left the mountain valley and waited for about 2 days before Lan Sun's divine sense suddenly surged over, chatted with him for a while, and then sent him out of the Universe Pagoda. Lan Sun herself had to stay behind to continue refining the Universe Pagoda. Now that the Universe Pagoda was complete again, there were no flaws, so there would be no more crises. Now that there was nothing to do here, Zhang Wuhen naturally wouldn't stay for long. He didn't even say goodbye before directly flying away. But before leaving, he glanced in the direction of the morning hall. Everyone bowed to see him off. Afterward, everyone in Star Soul Palace expressed their gratitude to Yang Kai, but Yang Kai didn't dare accept it. He only asked Lei Hong and the others to lead the way to the morning hall of the great emperors. Lan Sun was not there, so there was no one to mourn, but the great emperors didn't care about this kind of formalities. Yang Kai knelt in front of the morning hall for 3 days before setting off to leave Star Soul Palace. As the great emperor said, since he had obtained this opportunity, he should strengthen himself and discipline himself, so that he wouldn't let down this heaven and earth. On this trip to Star Soul Palace, Yang Kai's mind was opened and his thoughts were clear, making him feel much more relaxed. He sped all the way to the Four Seasons realm. Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, Xiongqi, and Lu Yan were all in the Four Seasons realm, and there had been no news so far. Yang Kai didn't have much hope of finding them. This trip was just to investigate and give his parents an explanation. After dealing with the Four Seasons realm, he had to deal with the small sealed world. As long as the matter of the small sealed world's territory was not resolved, the sealed world bead would not be able to devour the other mainlands of the demon territory. Devouring all the mainlands of the demon territory was the key to solving the war of the two realms. So the sooner this matter was dealt with, the better. 3,000 meters up in the air, Yang Kai galloped. More than 10 days later, when he was about to arrive at the Four Seasons realm, a strange sound suddenly came from his waist. Yang Kai was startled and didn't react to what was going on. He paused to check and understood the situation. The sound came from a token at his waist. This token was an Azure Sun Temple's guest elder token, and the strange sound was a distress signal only issued by Azure Sun Temple's elders when they were in danger. When Yang Kai received the order to become Azure Sun Temple's guest elder, Gao Shueting explained the many uses of this elder token, but he had never encountered such a situation, so when the strange sound came, he didn't react for a while. After remembering Gao Shueting's words, Yang Kai immediately understood that an Azure Sun Temple's elder was in danger within 5,000 kilometers. Reaching out, he patted his waist and took out the token. Yang Kai sent a message with his divine sense and waited for the news. The elder token was not only a symbol of status, but also a communication artifact. Therefore, although Yang Kai didn't know which elder was in danger, he only needed to ask to know the situation. After a short while, a message came from the token. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction. When he put away the token, the space principles surged and his whole body suddenly blurred, disappearing from where he stood. At the same time, Yang Kai's face showed joy, because when he used the teleportation technique, he suddenly found that the resistance he faced was much less than before. Since returning to the star boundary, he hadn't used the teleportation technique, so he didn't realize it until now. He understood in his heart that this was caused by the opportunity of the great emperors. Since the star boundary recognized him, it naturally wouldn't hinder him too much. The distance of 5,000 kilometers was not far, but it wasn't close either. However, if a third-layer Emperor Realm Master flew, it would take some time. However, Yang Kai arrived at the location in just 3 to 5 teleportations. Looking around, a group of Azure Sun Temple disciples were besieged. The situation was very dangerous. Many disciples were injured, and the more serious ones were lying unconscious on the ground, blood flowing everywhere. The leader of the group was a tall girl with fluttering hair. She was the leader of the dozen or so people from Azure Sun Temple. The girl's long sword flew up and down. She wasn't weak, having a first-order Emperor Realm cultivation. She shouldn't have been in such a difficult situation, but in order to protect her disciples, she left herself wide open, allowing the enemy to attack her. The girl was an old acquaintance, one of the leaders of the younger generation of Azure Sun Temple, Murong Xiao Xiao. There were more than 50 enemies besieging them, including one from the Emperor Realm. His cultivation was similar to Murong Xiao Xiao's, both being first-order emperors. However, whether it was this cultivator from the Emperor Realm or the other cultivators, they all had demonic chi and were ruthless and fierce. Demon Path. These 3 words immediately popped up in Yang Kai's heart. When he first returned to the star boundary, Han Jingqing suspected that he was a member of the Demon Path. At that time, Yang Kai didn't know what the Demon Path represented. It was only after Fan Xian explained it to him that he understood. It wasn't until now that he truly met the people of the Demon Path. They weren't part of the demon race. They were all humans. But Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret technique they had cultivated, or what kind of demonic technique they had undergone, but they all cultivated demonic chi. In battle, their demonic chi tumbled all over their bodies. At first glance, it looked exactly like the demon race. Moreover, these people from the demon path were somewhat different from the demons that Yang Kai had first encountered, who were eroded by demonic qi. They were clearly conscious, and their attacks were very methodical. The cultivation of the Emperor realm was similar to that of Morong Xiao Xiao. If the two were to fight one-on-one, Yang Kai estimated that Morong Xiao Xiao would have a slight advantage. After all, how could an orthodox core disciple of Azure Sun Temple be compared to any random cat or dog? However, the Emperor realm was very vicious. When fighting with Morong Xiao Xiao, he constantly attacked the other Azure Sun Temple disciples, forcing Morong Xiao Xiao to be busy. As a result, the power to protect herself was reduced, and the girl was also injured. In addition, the number of people on Azure Sun Temple's side was inferior to the other side, so it was only a matter of time before they were defeated and killed. Therefore, Morong Xiao Xiao sent out a distress signal. She didn't know that Yang Kai was nearby, and she wanted to ask for help from someone else. When Yang Kai arrived, the Emperor realm from the demon path had found a flaw and rushed towards Morong Xiao Xiao. This guy was holding two huge copper hammers, and his figure was ridiculously burly. Demonic qi tumbled around his copper hammers as he grinned, and swept them towards Morong Xiao Xiao's waist. At the same time, he smashed the other hammer towards a disciple beside Morong Xiao Xiao. The two hammers smashed towards the two people. Morong Xiao Xiao had used up all her strength, and her Emperor Qi was not circulating properly. At this time, she only had two choices. One was to protect herself, and the other was to protect her disciples. But Xiao Xiao didn't hesitate at all. She pulled her long sword, and a cold light flashed on the tip of the sword. She didn't protect herself or her companions, only aiming at the enemy's eyes. The delicate girl, at this moment, broke out with a determination that ordinary people couldn't reach. Chapter 36-37. At the critical moment of life and death, Morong Xiao Xiao made a decisive move. Her hand holding the sword was as steady as a rock, and her eyes were clear. Even Yang Kai, who saw this scene, couldn't help but cheer. Motion Dao's the Emperor realm was vicious and ruthless. Morong Xiao Xiao could protect herself, but she couldn't protect her disciples and vice versa. No matter what choice she made, one of them would be injured and killed. If she died, the dozen or so Azure Sun Temple disciples around her would no longer have a chance to live, so she attacked the enemy. The simplest tactic was to fight with all her might. Motion Dao's the Emperor realm could kill her, or kill an Azure Sun Temple disciple, but the price they had to pay was definitely a serious injury. If they were unlucky, they might be buried together with her. This sword attack contained all of Morong Xiao Xiao's cultivation. Even Morong Xiao Xiao understood this, so how could the Emperor realm master of the demon heavenly path not understand it? Seeing the cold gleam on her sword as she charged towards him, as if she wanted to take him down with her, he cursed in his heart. "Bitch, you're courting death." He didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he turned his twin hammers into one and smashed towards the Azure Sun Temple disciple beside her. Motion Dao's the Emperor realm's face was full of ridicule. "You want to fight with all your might? I'll do as you wish and fight with all my might." With a surge of energy, the two hammers smashed down from the sky like millstones, blocking the light in front of him. The aura of death rushed head-on, and the Azure Sun Temple disciple's face was ashen. Morong Xiao Xiao was also stunned. She didn't expect this enemy to be so fierce and vicious. He would rather take her sword to kill her companions. After a moment of shock, her mind stagnated, and there was a moment of panic in her clear eyes. However, it only lasted for an instant. He quickly withdrew his sword and brandished it in the air. He took a step forward and pushed the disciple to the side. He blocked the attack that was about to destroy the heaven and earth. At the most critical moment, the girl chose to protect her disciple and gave up her own safety. Motion Dao's the Emperor realm seemed to have seen through Morong Xiao Xiao's thoughts. The sneer on his face deepened, and the two hammers smashed down mercilessly. More than a dozen Azure Sun Temple disciples looked sad and indignant. Seeing that Morong Xiao Xiao was about to die, how could they not want to come to her rescue? But firstly, their strength was insufficient, and secondly, their numbers were too few. They had no time to even protect themselves, so how could they talk about saving others? They could only watch helplessly. Their hearts were burning with anxiety, and their eyes were filled with hatred. At the critical moment, the young girl's expression returned to calmness, without the slightest hint of panic. Scenes flashed through her mind like a flash of lightning. She was adopted by the Azure Sun Temple, since she was a child, and entered the temple to cultivate. There was always a cold-looking man who improved with her by her side. The care of her elders, the care of her brothers, and the naughty junior brothers. It was said that people would see many things before they died. Am I going to die? That was why he thought of these things and saw these things. Any regrets? There shouldn't be any. If there wasn't a shrine, he would have starved or frozen to death at an unknown time. How could he have such a healthy body? If there wasn't a shrine, even if he survived, he would just be an ordinary person. How could he have such an impressive cultivation base? For the sake of the temple, he had no regrets. The only small regret was that he couldn't bring more than a dozen of his fellow disciples to fight their way out. As an elder of the Azure Sun Temple in the Emperor Realm, he should bear such a responsibility. But it didn't matter anymore. On the road to the underworld, it was good to be companions and talk and laugh. If they encountered evil spirits in the netherworld again, they could fight side by side. The sword flowers were destroyed. The sword flowers were shattered. The hurriedly arranged defense couldn't withstand the fierce bombardment of the enemy at all. When the twin hammers approached, Morong Xiao saw a familiar figure again. One was not from the Azure Sun Temple, but was a family member of the Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai was smiling at her, and Morong Xiao returned a sweet smile. She thought it was an illusion before she died. However, in the next moment, a stalwart figure appeared in front of her, and the qi and wind created by the twin hammers suddenly disappeared, completely blocked by the figure. At this time, the storm also turned into tranquility, and Morong Xiao felt like she had returned to a boat in the harbor, no longer having to worry about the strong winds and waves on the sea. With a loud bang, 2 millstone-sized hammers flew into the sky, and the Devil Sky Path's the Emperor Realm was sent flying upside down like a rag sack. Demonic qi tumbled and blood splashed in the sky. The change happened so fast that Morong Xiao and the people of the Devil Sky Path didn't react. It wasn't until the Devil Sky Path's the Emperor Realm fell heavily to the ground that everyone came back to their senses. 2 groups of people, 2 different reactions. The more than a dozen disciples of the Azure Sun Temple were pleasantly surprised. How could they not know that strong reinforcements had arrived? The situation of certain death had taken a turn for the better, and they were all excited. The people of the Devil Sky Path, on the other hand, looked at Yang Kai in horror, chills running down their spines. Although they didn't know how strong Yang Kai was, the Emperor Realm on their side was directly blasted away, and even his Emperor artifact was knocked out of his hand. It was obvious that this person was not just a little bit powerful. Therefore, the group of people from the Devil's Sky Path retreated together, instantly distancing themselves from the people of the Azure Sun Temple. They huddled together and looked at Yang Kai with vigilance and fear. Yang Kai didn't even look at them, just staring coldly at the fall in the Emperor Realm. After the other party was blasted away, he was already seriously injured. The vitality in his body was tumbling, and he couldn't get up for a while. He tried several times before he staggered to his feet, but there was a big dent in his chest. With his hand on his chest and his waist bent, the Devil Sky Path's the Emperor Realm was full of bitterness. Blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth as he stared at Yang Kai, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Who is it?" He was also depressed to be beaten up like this for no reason. The most important thing was that he didn't even see what the enemy looked like. At this moment, he saw clearly that it was a handsome and extraordinary young man. He looked a little familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. Yang Kai wanted to say, "You are not qualified to know this king's name." But who knew that behind him? Morong Xiao exclaimed. "Yang Kai? Brother Yang?" Her voice was full of disbelief. It was indeed a bit unbelievable. After all, a few years ago, Yang Kai had become the demon race in Roaring Tiger City, and become the demon race. He then escaped from the star boundary, and there had been no news of him in the past few years. When she saw Yang Kai just now, she thought it was just an illusion before her death. How could she believe that Yang Kai would really appear? She couldn't believe that Yang Kai would save her life at the most critical moment. Having his identity exposed by Morong Xiao Xiao, Yang Kai turned around and smiled at her. "Junior sister, rest first, I'll talk to you later." Although Morong Xiao Xiao wasn't seriously injured, she was still injured, and her aura was unstable from the power of the twin hammers just now. At this moment, her mind was relaxed, and coupled with the fact that she saw Yang Kai, her face was flushed with excitement, but the main reason was her internal injuries. Hearing this, the young girl nodded and really closed her eyes. Now that Yang Kai was here, no one could hurt them, so there was no need to worry at all. "Yang Kai. You are Yang Kai." The demon sky past the Emperor Realm's first sentence was a little hesitant, but the second sentence was full of shock. Yang Kai's name was now known by everyone in the star boundary. His fame may not be as well known as the great emperors, but it was definitely not small. Being able to escape from the Iron Blood Great Emperor, with his cultivation in the Emperor Realm, was a legend. No wonder he looked a little familiar. It turned out to be this person. The demon sky past the Emperor Realm had seen Yang Kai's portrait before, so he had some impression of him. He didn't understand. How could he appear here? Just like Morong Xiao Xiao, he had clearly escaped into the demon sky past territory, so why would he appear here? However, since Yang Kai had attacked him, he was an enemy, not a friend, so after learning Yang Kai's identity, he immediately bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. At the same time, his body burst into a bloody mist as he turned into a stream of light and quickly fled. Escaping was more important. Yang Kai just looked at him mockingly, just like how he had looked at Morong Xiao Xiao with ridicule before. 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers, 50 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, the demon sky past the Emperor Realm had fled 50 kilometers away, fleeing like a madman. But at this moment, a binding force appeared out of thin air, causing his fleeing figure to stop abruptly. Then, the demon sky past the Emperor Realm's vision blurred, and he returned to his original position. However, at this moment, a large hand grabbed his neck and pinched him like a chicken. Looking at the young man's face close at hand, the demon sky past the Emperor Realm's face turned ashen. Exclamations rang out as the group of demon sky paths people scattered like birds and beasts. Just now, they only saw Yang Kai stretch his hand forward, and when he withdrew it, the strongest person on their side was caught. How could they not know the difference in strength between them? Staying here was definitely a dead end. If they fled, they might have a chance of survival. It was self-evident what to choose. Seeing this, more than a dozen Azure Sun Temple disciples wanted to stop them. But how could they? They were not in good condition, all of them were injured, and their numbers were few, so they could only watch helplessly. Yang Kai waved his hand, and a beautiful woman with an enchanting figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Everyone was stunned. They did not know where this woman had come from. The woman herself was also stunned. Clearly, she did not understand what was going on. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's voice sounded, "Kill them all." The woman blinked, glanced at the fleeing figures of the demon sky path's disciples, and then smiled. "Finally, I can move. I'm almost moldy." While speaking, she stretched out her hand in the void, and a strong bow suddenly appeared in her hand. The bow's shape was smooth, like a soaring divine bird. Its shape was beautiful, and it exuded a strong power fluctuation. Obviously, it was an extraordinary treasure. The Azure Sun Temple disciples were surprised by the woman's identity and origin. But when they suddenly saw this treasure, they all frowned. It was because this treasure was actually surrounded by black chi, and the demonic chi was awe-inspiring. It was actually a demonic treasure. Chapter 36-38. Not only was there a demonic artifact, but there was also a demonic chi. When the woman who suddenly appeared activated the demonic artifact, the demonic chi lingered all over her body, and a pair of white wings grew out of her back. What kind of demon heavenly way was this? This was clearly a real demon race. Many disciples of Azure Sun Temple exclaimed in unison. The disciple of the Emperor Realm, who was being strangled by Yang Kai, also stared with wide eyes, his face full of surprise. Most people couldn't tell the difference between the real demon race and the people of Demon Heavenly Way unless the demon race had very obvious physical characteristics, and Boya had such characteristics. The white wings on her back were impossible for ordinary humans to have. Previously, the star boundary was invaded by the demon race from the outside, and the Demon Heavenly Way from the inside. So it could be said that the situation was worrying. There were also many members of the demon race who hid their identities and quietly lurked around the star boundary. But why would this demon race listen to Yang Kai's order and make things difficult for the people of Demon Heavenly Way? Wasn't the Demon Heavenly Way and the demon race a family? Feather Demon drew his bow and knocked his arrows, sending them whistling through the air. The fleeing Demon Heavenly Path disciples fell to the ground one by one. Without exception, all of them were killed on the spot. Not a single one of them managed to escape 10 kilometers, and it didn't take long for them to be wiped out. Only the Emperor Realm Master captured by Yang Kai was still alive. Boya drew her bow again and pointed the arrow at his forehead at close range, smiling charmingly. The disciple of the Emperor Realm was sweating profusely, but Yang Kai reached out and pushed the arrow aside before casting a few barriers. The disciple of the Emperor Realm suddenly collapsed to the ground like a dead dog, unable to move. He didn't know what happened here, but he had to wait for Morong Xiao Xiao to wake up and ask her clearly before deciding how to deal with this Demon Heavenly Way disciple. With the crisis resolved, more than a dozen Azure Sun Temple disciples breathed a sigh of relief. They dragged their injured bodies forward to salute and thank him. Yang Kai was also a guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. When the disciples were in trouble, it was natural for him to lend a helping hand. With a few words, he let them heal. Boya was a little interested in this Emperor Realm Master from the Demon Heavenly Path, and squatted down beside him to study him. Despite her sweet smile, the Emperor Realm Master from the Demon Heavenly Path still acted as if he had encountered a viper, his face filled with fear. Not long after, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. A stream of light was rapidly approaching, and a white figure appeared in front of him. This person was handsome, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His white clothes were spotless, but his expression was slightly cold. "Little White, long time no see." Yang Kai smiled at him. Xiao Baiyi, like Morong Xiao Xiao and Xiaosheng, was a rising star of Azure Sun Temple. Now that the three of them had been promoted to the Emperor Realm, they naturally became elders of the temple. Xiaosheng was currently on the battlefield in the Western Territory, while Xiao Baiyi and Morong Xiao Xiao were guarding the temple in the Southern Territory. Xiao Xiao had sent out a distress signal to Xiao Baiyi, but Yang Kai had arrived a little faster. Xiao Baiyi had also brought a team of Azure Sun Temple disciples, and in order to rescue his junior sister, he had rushed over alone. "Yang Kai!" Xiao Baiyi frowned, looked at Yang Kai, and then at Boya, who was squatting beside him, and suddenly erupted with Emperor Qi. As he rushed over, he raised his hand and sent out a shocking sword wave towards Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai chuckled, stretched out 2 fingers and pinched the sword wave, shattering it. The thin sword wave was caught between Yang Kai's fingers. The sword hummed incessantly, and no matter how hard Xiao Baiyi pushed his Emperor Qi, he could not move it. With just one move, his Emperor artifact was caught by someone's hand. Xiao Baiyi was shocked. Before he could react, Boya had already rushed to his side like a whirlwind and knocked an arrow again, pressing the tip of the arrow against his temple, just like how she had just dealt with the Emperor Realm of Demon Heavenly Way. Feeling the dangerous aura on the tip of the arrow, Xiao Baiyi did not dare to move again, his indifferent face becoming even colder. Not only had he failed to save someone, but he had also been implicated, so he was naturally unhappy. "Can I shoot him to death?" Boya tilted her head and asked. "Cut the crap." Yang Kai smiled and glared at her. Boya curled her lips and scattered the arrow before walking over to the Emperor realm of Demon Heavenly Way, squatting down and continuing to study it. Brother Xiao, it was Brother Yang who saved me. Morong Xiao Xiao opened her eyes and shouted weakly. In fact, Xiao Bai realized that he had made a mistake after taking action, because there were many corpses on the ground that did not belong to Azure Sun Temple's disciples. Judging from Yang Kai's performance just now, if he really wanted to harm Azure Sun Temple's disciples, Morong Xiao Xiao and the others would have died long ago. Most importantly, Morong Xiao Xiao was clearly adjusting her breathing with her eyes closed. If she did not trust Yang Kai, how could she have done this? At this moment, Morong Xiao Xiao's words undoubtedly confirmed his suspicions, but he still frowned and said, "Give me an explanation." The news he received now was that Yang Kai had betrayed the star boundary and fled to the demon territory. Just now, when he saw Yang Kai here, and Morong Xiao Xiao's injuries were not light, it was inevitable that he would misunderstand and directly take action. It would be complicated to explain, so Yang Kai did not want to waste his breath, and directly took out a token and threw it over. Xiao Bai took the token and looked at it, only to see the two words "my son" on the front of the token. It was so dazzling that he could not help but be shocked. He had also been to the battlefield in the Western Territory and killed enemies under a certain army, so he naturally knew what this token represented. This was a commander's token that was personally refined by the great emperors and given to the commanders of the various armies. It was sealed with the divine technique of the great emperors, which could be used to save one's life at a critical moment. This token could not be faked, and the aura of the great emperors attached to it was so heavy that he almost could not breathe. But when did the Star Boundary have a GZ army? You didn't receive any news. Seeing his expression, Yang Kai knew that Xiao Bai knew nothing about the GZ army. When did this happen? Xiao Bai frowned and asked. Half a month ago. Xiao Bai was relieved and gently nodded. For the past month, Junior Sister and I have been outside. It was precisely because they were outside that the news had not reached them. Otherwise, he would not have directly attacked Yang Kai when he saw him. Holding the token with both hands, he respectfully returned it and cupped his fists, somewhat reluctantly saying, "Greetings, brother." Back then, everyone was in the Dao Source realm and entered the Four Seasons realm together. Now he, Morong Xiao Xiao, and Xia Sheng were all First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. But Yang Kai had already become the commander of the GZ army. He could not see through Yang Kai's cultivation, but since he was the commander, how could he be below the Third-Order Emperor realm? This guy was actually already a Third-Order Emperor realm master. Xiao Bai could not figure out how he cultivated. Was he on steroids? What are you doing here? Yang Kai asked curiously. Although they were still in the Southern Territory, they were already some distance away from Azure Sun Temple. If there was nothing important, it was impossible for Azure Sun Temple disciples to appear here. Moreover, two elders were leading the team, so it was obvious that they had something important to do. It was fine if they did not encounter them, but since they did, they naturally had to ask. Xiao Bai said, "We are investigating the Demon Heavenly Way." The Star Boundary situation was plagued by both external and internal problems. If the demon race was the Star Boundary's enemy on the surface, then the Demon Heavenly Way was the arrow hidden in the dark. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to defend against an arrow in the dark. Over the past few years, since the rise of the Demon Heavenly Way, countless people in the Star Boundary had been harmed by them. The entire Star Boundary hated the Demon Heavenly Way. However, the Demon Heavenly Way usually hid very well, and rarely showed any flaws. In terms of overall strength, the Demon Heavenly Way was naturally inferior to the demon race, but they were as cunning as a fox and controlled a large portion of the Star Boundary's energy, making it impossible for the Star Boundary to wholeheartedly participate in the war of the two realms. Every sect in the Star Boundary's territory left behind a master to guard their sect, for fear of the Demon Heavenly Way causing trouble. Over the past few years, countless small and medium-sized sects and families had been destroyed by the Demon Heavenly Way. Even the most first-class sects had suffered heavy losses and were almost wiped out. Therefore, If anyone in the star boundary discovered traces of Devil Sky Dao's people, they would be immediately killed. 2 years ago, Star Soul Palace took the lead and organized all the major sects to investigate themselves. At the same time, they carried out a large-scale encirclement and annihilation of Devil Sky Dao, destroying more than a dozen Devil Sky Dao strongholds. This caused Devil Sky Dao's arrogant momentum to slow down, but the venomous snakes hiding in the dark were inexhaustible. There would always be fish that slipped through the net from time to stir up trouble. More than a month ago, Azure Sun Temple detected a few people from Demon Heavenly Dao operating in the dark. The temple suspected that there was a Demon Heavenly Dao stronghold hidden here. So Morong Xiao and Xiao Bai led a team to search for them, but somehow the news was leaked. They failed to track them down, and were instead ambushed here. Morong Xiao's team was almost wiped out. If it weren't for Yang Kai, who happened to be nearby, when Xiao Bai arrived, he would definitely only see the corpses of Azure Sun Temple's disciples. At that time, whether Xiao was alive or dead, only the heavens would know. So, you don't know how your whereabouts were exposed? Yang Kai asked after listening. Morong Xiao slowly shook her head and frowned. I shouldn't have exposed any flaws here. This was what she couldn't figure out the most. The strength of the enemy wasn't very strong, about the same as hers. She had been careful enough to track them all the way here. But who knew that she would still fall into the enemy's ambush and almost die here? Yang Kai smiled. It doesn't matter if you don't expose any flaws. If someone passes the information out, no matter how careful you are, it won't help. Morong Xiao heard this and her pale face changed slightly, whispering, Big brother means a mole. Yang Kai looked up at a petite woman in the crowd as he spoke. When he arrived, he noticed this female disciple. But at that time, he only felt that her aura was a little strange, and didn't think too much about it. Now that he heard Morong Xiao say this, how could he not understand why her aura was strange? I thought you didn't notice. Boya was still squatting in front of the Emperor Realm, and said without raising her head. You noticed? Yang Kai looked down at her. From this angle, he could see a large part of her chest. Boya sneered and pointed to the Emperor Realm in front of her. They have the same smell, a sour smell. Xiao Baiyi's face sank as he stared coldly at the petite female disciple. Morong Xiao had a look of disbelief on her face. The other disciples didn't know what had happened, and were all suspicious. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.